Welcome. How is it going? Probably helps if we can actually see me. Hello? Hello? There I am. Hello. Hello, welcome. How is it going? Welcome to another The X Count stream. They keep happening for some reason. Let's see. Oh, Arsenal SLR 107. Very nice. Alright. Always gotta do the gun gotcha. I made it because it entertains me, and so hopefully it entertains other people as well. But today we are, I guess the plan is to just hang out. Let's move this stuff so it's a little better framed. Doesn't help if we're just hiding stuff behind me. There we go. There we go. Could that have been something that I figured out beforehand? Perhaps. But I did not. But hello, how is it going? Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. If you're not, well, hopefully it will get better right now because of stream. If you're not, oh no, I don't want to hear me. Yes. Oh wait, I need to make a go live post. If only I was streaming just all the time and was able to remember to do these things all the time, then we wouldn't have to do them now. But here we are. All right. Oh, oof. Almost had to hear my own voice. Got out of it quick enough though. Got to get the hashtags in there so we can get those instant likes from the definitely not bot accounts. All right. There we go. Nice simple post. All right, but hello, how is it going? Welcome to stream. Today we have some random guns on the table. I'm still on this tail end of a cold that's just sticking around. Like it was real bad for one day, and then it's been like fine, but still just sticking around. I don't like it. So, if I mute, it's probably because I'm blowing my nose or something gross. Nobody wants to hear that. So, things talk about. Black Friday is still 2 weeks away, and I'm already getting Black Friday emails. People are already starting their Black Friday sales. 2 weeks out? Really? That's not even a Black Friday sale. That's just a sale. Drinking water's hard. All right. But on the table, we have got. Let's start with the largest one. We have got the 635 clone in progress. It is not there yet, obviously, as you can tell by the brace, and not the stock that it's supposed to have. Although I do have the stock that will go on it once I finally get approved for the tax stamp. Let me grab it real quick, actually. 2 seconds. Oh no, harder to get than I thought it was. There it is. It's okay, we found it. That eventually will be going on there. Dog, you're gonna just... I'm trying to not run you over, but you're making it real difficult. So this stock eventually will be going on this, as opposed to this horrible piece of rubber and Velcro. Because the ATF is dumb. But I also need for this a fitting sight to put on the gooseneck mount. For Black Friday coming up. That is one of the things that I am looking for. I don't want to spend too much this Black Friday, but there are a few things that I am looking for. So one of those is a good sight for that. Maybe like a Seymour or something that'll fit nicely. But other than that, we also have the Ruger Mark 1. Yes, it wasn't even called a Mark, it was just called the Ruger automatic pistol. Even though it is semi-automatic, it is repeating, but not automatic, despite the name. We've got the Ruger Mark 1 target pistol. Very, very cool gun. Pretty old at this point. When were these coming out? Don't remember. But so we've got that, the Ruger Mark 1. And also, we have the Walther PPK-S. This is the 22 version, partly because it's cheaper. Well, a big part of the reason is it's cheaper, both to own and shoot. It does also have the option to put a threaded barrel on there. You can suppress it, which I haven't done yet, but I plan to at some point. Very, very fun little gun. One thing I have noticed with this is that you have to put very spicy 22 through it, or it will not work. I know these things have a very long break-in period, but I have passed that, and it still doesn't work very well. So, don't know. Got a Mark IV, like the CMMG Mark IV. You got one? Very nice. Which CMMG Mark IV, or maybe just a different Mark IV? The Mark IVs are cool. And they're kind of just a Ruger Mark IV. That would make sense since we've got the Mark I here. Context clues, streamer. What are you doing? It's the Ruger, the whole Ruger Mark series is very, very nice. I'm generally not a huge fan of Ruger products in general, but the Ruger Mark series are pretty good. I'm not a huge fan of the 2245s with the polymer, I guess, lower, because the frame is actually the upper on the Ruger Mark series. But all of the metal ones I am a fan of. The 2245s, the polymer ones are still good, don't get me wrong. They're just not really my style. They don't feel as good in the hand. Person Personally. Makes for easy takedown. Yeah, the Mark 1 and the Mark 2 disassembly are just miserable. Um we can kind of see it here if I can get to my buttons. So the takedown on these things, you start. I'm not actually going to take it down because it's a huge pain. You have a lever in here that you fold out that unlocks this, and you've got a bigger lever that comes out, kind of rotating that way, and that will unlock a pin that pulls straight out the bottom. And then once you do that, then you can pull this upper backwards to unlock it from the lower. You can kind of see the locking bar that it locks into there. You pull that back, and then that separates, and then the little bolt comes out the back. Uh, Big, kind of a pain to take apart, but putting it back together, nightmare. So you do everything I said but backwards. Except as you're putting it all together, you need to be sure that all the internal levers and whatnot are all in the right position, because otherwise this isn't going to go together. Except the way to be sure they're in the correct position is you have to look through this hole in the back and like reach in there with something to like push them around, or just like shake the gun till they're in the right spot. And then you have to push this lever down over the hole that you're looking at the pieces to be sure they're in the right spot, blocking off your vision of the pieces, and hope they don't move to put it back together. Massive pain. Still super cool gun to have, super cool gun to shoot. But there is a reason that a lot of these guns, when you find them for sale, the Mark 1s and the Mark 2s, are just absolutely filthy, because they're so much of a pain to take apart that people were just like, it'll be fine, just staying dirty forever. And so people don't clean these, which was the case when I got this one. This one was absolutely just atrociously gummed up and nasty, but it cleaned up pretty well. It's a testament to Ruger's finishes on these, I guess. But these, huge pain to clean. Still do it. Guns still need to be clean. Huge pain. There are also the Ruger Mark IVs that are just like ridiculous. Like they have the super long barrel ones. See if we can find them. Yeah, there they are. The super long barrels. How long is it? I think it's like a 10. Is it a 10-inch barrel? 10-inch barrel. These things are ridiculous, and they are so heavy. These things, they've got the long barrel. They also have the like thicker, like a bull barrel. So you've just got a 10-inch steel rod. They're so heavy. I've not actually shot one of these, but I would imagine it's like shooting an airsoft gun. Like, there's no way it has any recoil with the weight. Because I've held these, handled them, and they're ridiculously heavy, ridiculously, like, front heavy. The Hunter. At least they experimented. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I think they're cool. Um, they do also have, if they have a better picture of the top, you can't see it very well. They do have little mounting spots. You kind of see it poking out right there. Where you can actually put scope mounts. Because why not, I guess? You've already got a ridiculous gun. May as well put a scope on it. We could put a scope, a Picatinny rail. I think they come with a little Picatinny rail piece you can put here. I might be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But there are also similar versions with a kind of trimmed down barrel. I saw those somewhere. Yeah, the Hunter. It's not quite as long a barrel, but it's fluted. Competition, not quite as long a barrel, but it's got this big piece, big flat milled off both sides. The Tactical. Everything's got to come tactical. Uh, so you can get it with the rails on the top and bottom, threaded barrel. Pretty ridiculous. It does have a rather short barrel, but I have seen people get those like the kind of narrow 22 suppressors. They just like match perfectly with the lines of the gun. That looks pretty good, I'll be honest. But you always gotta have a tactical version of your pistol, because of course, even though it's a bit ridiculous. There's different levels of Rugers, ranging from more classic. This is kind of the Mark IV version of the Mark One that I have, with the whatever you call that barrel. What do they call it? Tapered barrel. Is there a picture of the back? And you can see the takedown on this one. To take down the Mark IV, it's just a button. You just press that button, the top kind of rotates forward on this pin right here, and you just lift it off. Which, let me tell you, is so much better. It is leaps and bounds better than the Mark 1 and Mark 2, with the whole like multi-locking lever system in the backs on the back strap. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous how much difference that it actually makes. Is Ruger, ooh, don't know how I feel about that. Ruger released anything new recently? I haven't looked at them recently. PC Carbine, they've had that. Oh, collab with Magpul. Okay. Model 77, new colors. Oh, LC Carbine in 10. It makes more sense than the 45. This little rail piece on the back here. Kind of stupid. On like just right in front of the trigger guard. What are you gonna put on that? Like, who actually mounts something right here? Nobody. Like, if that went all the way forward, maybe, or if they just brought the M lock all the way back. Both of those, both of those are a better option. God's Caliber versus Bear Stopper. What, 45 AARP? So I don't know. 45. I'm not a huge fan of 45. I will be honest. Like, I know 45 has its uses. Like it does hit harder. It's got the wider surface area on the front. But other other ammos just are so much more versatile. Like 45, shooting 45 suppressed. I know that it's not everybody's favorite, but it is generally subsonic. Unless you put it through a 16-inch barrel, then it's not subsonic anymore. So you lose like the benefit of 45. 45 is also more expensive, and you get less capacity. I don't know. I don't know. 45, it's not a dead cartridge, but also it's not doing anything. A 10 millimeter, much more versatile of a cartridge than 45. You get more speed, more power. You have a wider range of loads available. You can get the super spicy bear rounds. You can get like the super, I guess not super light, much lighter kind of practice rounds. Also, if you didn't know, 10 millimeters can also shoot 40. It's not recommended and should only be done in some emergency where for some reason you need to use your gun and you don't have any 10 millimeter. But 40 will chamber and fire in a 10 millimeter pistol. I won't cycle all of them particularly well, but it will fire. So the more you know. There's quite a few videos of people shooting 40 through the high point 10 millimeters, and apparently that cycles just fine. People seem to not do it as much with a gun that actually costs money for some reason. But usually that would void your warranty pretty quickly. So that's probably why people don't do it a ton, except with high points, because that doesn't matter. If you are using a high point warranty, why? Does High Point even have a warranty? Don't know. Yeah, the only, speaking of sending things for warranty work, the only gun that I have sent for warranty work was a Taurus. My Taurus Judge. So You know, it's Taurus problems. The problem that I had with it was the judge is supposed to shoot both 410 and 45 Colt, except it wouldn't. The cylinder wouldn't close when it had 45 Colt loaded, because even though 45 Colt and 410 shotgun shells both have the same diameter, they do not have the same, I guess, rim thickness. Sorry, I was trying to think of the words to say that. But they don't have the same rim thickness. So the 410 rim is going to be a lot thinner than the 45 Colt. So the problem was that the chamber wasn't reamed quite deep enough to be able to fully chamber the 45 Colt. And so you would load it up with 45 Colt, try to close it, and it would just stick. Like it wouldn't get fully locked in. Sometimes it would get locked in and lock, but then it wouldn't rotate. But it worked perfectly with 410. And so that is why I had to send that one in. And for all Taurus's problems, their warranty is very good, very fast. So yeah, you gross Taurus, but even though their guns probably have more problems, more problems per time, uh, they at least get you taken care of. Oh, oh, I've got Twitter open here. Is the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight happening tonight? I can't wait to see the memes about that. I don't really care about the fight. I just want to see the memes. Is that an H and or R? This is the lower on this is the PSA H&R reproduction. Uh, the rest of it is not the PSA H&R. I did build this myself because I had problems with the PSA one. So, if only multi-caliber revolvers were more perfectly made, the Medusa 47 would have been cool. Oh yeah. I mean, the problem with multi-caliber anything is that having something that's perfectly made for one thing isn't going to work for something else. And so you make a lot of compromises in the middle, which lead to performance issues.
Plague_DKTR just
Plague
followed.
Doctor, hello, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Yeah, this here is a 635 clone in progress. It is obviously not done, as you can tell by the Velcro. Gotta get the tax stamp approved, and then you can put the right stock on there. And I also need some kind of sight to put on the gooseneck that fits. Originally, I wanted a Seymour gooseneck and sight, but these Seymour goosenecks are so hard to find. Like I was looking for one for months. I couldn't find one, so eventually I just got the old school, just single Picatinny slot one. Yatta, just find me. Welcome. I'm glad that you found me. and welcome to stream. So this gun not quite complete, but we're getting there. A sight for that is something that I'm searching for on Black Friday. So hopefully we can get something fitting to put on that. I do also have to put on the front sling swivel, which I have. I've just been too lazy to put it on. It's got a little rivet you've got to hammer out, and it's just kind of a pain. Now, if you can keep a connection, oh no. Hopefully you can keep a connection. It's the Black Friday sales. I'm already getting emails saying that early Black Friday sales are starting. I think the first one I saw I got a couple days ago, which is crazy. First of all, it's more than 2 weeks before Black Friday. Is that Maury? It is. This is Maury. Which song is this? The Go Getters. Go Getters. Yes, we have a the Weeb playlist going in the background. It's full of VTubers and Japan kind of music. Weebs, yes, we are weebs here. That's just how it is. It's how it be. I'm a VTuber after all, so need some Toku music. Toku? What is Toku? Tokyo Drift. That is what I got when I typed Toku into Spotify. Tokusatsu. Tokusatsu mix Spotify. There we go. Nice drums. I kind of like that. Dooby doo. Scat. Scat and Japanese music. I'm a fan. Could that keyboard be any smaller? Not without seriously changing the proportions of the keyboard. So this is I think it's called a 60% keyboard. So this is still the same size as a standard QWERTY keyboard. So like if you just took this part and overlaid it on a normal keyboard, it'd be the same size. Except obviously you cut off all the function keys, you cut off the number pad, and then you cut off that other random group of buttons that has the arrow keys and whatnot. And then you have this. It's very small, very convenient, very good for hand cam streams. Because it's wireless and I can move it around. And it's small, so it fits anywhere. The only part that I'm not a huge fan of is that it kind of like times out and goes to sleep too fast. But that's fine. But the rainbow turned off. It's not very bright anyways. But you can kind of see when it's going. And it shimmers. But it's wireless, so I know they do it to conserve battery. Which I definitely need. Because you'll hear me say that I need to plug in my keyboard because I forgot to every now and then. Especially during the gaming streams. The wireless keyboards are very nice, except for some reason, you gotta charge them. Like, can I just get like a hydrogen cell powered keyboard, please? So I just have to change out the hydrogen cell once every like 10 years or so. Like that'd be way nicer. Gotta say the batteries and Bluetooth. This luckily I don't actually have to change batteries. Because batteries are expensive. I just have to plug it in, recharge it. But speaking of Bluetooth, there's a gun. There's a gun. There's a gun, speaking of Bluetooth. Interesting sentence there. But if anyone hasn't seen, the Doom shotgun is real. And it comes with Doom music. We change the quality. I need HD, please. But, so first of all, fantastic looking shotgun. Keeping it paused in the right spot. You see this? Do you see these symbols right here? Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, FHD. Also, absolutely banger music. I need other companies to do music like this. Yeah, it's Kalashnikov. But you can see back here, got a little joystick, some kind of screen. So this is a shotgun with some kind of screen for something, probably drones. It's probably some anti-drone thing. But Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, FHD. Because of course. What else would you need in your shotgun besides Bluetooth? I need more information on these. I don't know what functionality that serves. Hopefully it's so that it can play Doom music into your earbuds straight from your shotgun while you're using it. Because that's what I want my shotguns to do. But it's probably for something like, oh, slap the microphone, sorry. It's probably for something like reasonable and tactical for some reason. But Bluetooth shotgun, Bluetooth Doom shotgun, complete with bass. shotguns with microtransactions. You've gotta pay an extra fee so you can put a little stopper in there so you can limit it to only the amount of rounds for hunting. You gotta pay an extra fee so that you can load your magnum shells in there. Otherwise it's not gonna work. Yeah, they're thinking ahead. They're bringing the future to us now. There we can you can see the screen and the joystick a little bit better. Slightly better angle for that. It's definitely so you can play Doom on your Doom shotgun. I don't think that's what it's for. But if they ever make it to the American market, you know someone's gonna do it. It's not what it's for, but that's what it will become. You heard someone made another game gun somewhere? I mean, people make like one-offs of game guns quite a bit. Um, I don't know about another. I don't know about another like specific. This one isn't like officially Doom shotgun. It is just a version of. Which one is it? This one? It's just another version of their MP155 Ultima, which also does look super cool. But it looks way better in green. Oh, there's a good view. There's a good view of that little screen thing. You've got your joystick. I assume it also presses, so you have an enter button. I don't know what that's for on a shotgun. But it's kind of cool. Everyone needs their own theme music. That would be cool. The problem is to get your own theme music, you usually have to commission it. And music commissions are kind of expensive. But I think every gun that gets released needs a video like this. I would be way more likely to buy them. I think Zastava has some videos like that on their YouTube. Let's see if we can find them. Oh. What is their Zastava? There it is. I need to find their actual YouTube channel. Is that one? There we go. Go back to the beginning. It's so cheesy in all the right ways. Oh, I just noticed. Oh, I'll go back to it when it's done. Look at that. Look at that. just epic music and the gun. I think Kalashnikov did it better, but look, you can see around the edges. This is a picture they took on a green screen. You can see just a little bit of green reflected on the edges there. I don't know why. I don't know why, but whenever I see that, it just pops out. I always notice it. The the budget green screen. I love it. It's perfect. It's wonderful. But Zastava does videos like that. And theirs are not as high production quality as Kalashnikov. Not USA. They're dead. RIP. As Kalashnikov. But, you know, Zastava, they're getting there. They're getting there. It's Serbia. They're doing their best. Their best. It's Zastava USA. They're probably using the same videos both places, but the Kalashnikov one's way better, but I like the videos that are just like epic music with just the gun. best gun ads. Need more of that. CNC Warrior stock. Well, was that on the Zastava? That the double side folder. Oh, they've got a tube stock, apparently. Triangle folding stock. That doesn't look quite the same. The Zastava one had some harder edges on their folder. Maybe they got the defects. The Zastava one looked like it had like hard corners on this piece right here. I wasn't a huge fan of. Also, almost $200 for that is crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of strange stocks out there for AKs. The weirdest one I can think of off the top of my head that other people a lot of the time don't realize is weird is the Zastava underfolder. I think it's Zastava. I have to be sure. No, maybe it's not Zastava. Who has the underfolder? That just like goes in a regular trunnion? Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is Zastava. But this isn't the one I was thinking of. There's somebody out there who's got a super cursed underfolder stock. It like sticks out the back. And then the underfolds from there. This one's a little better than the one I was thinking of. Because it kind of wraps around the back of the stock. Or the back of the receiver. So it can still kind of fold in the right spot. So that one's not as cursed as the one I was thinking of, but I'm still not a huge fan of that one. Stormworks, maybe. Oh my goodness, their website is awful. Ew. What kind of like 2002 website is this? Oh my goodness. It's awful. There's like a thousand products over here on the right side. They're like on the dark beige background in a blue small font. Ugh. Ugh. Hyrule, a web designer. Goodness sakes. You get one on Fiverr for like 15 bucks. Ew. They've got a few rifle stock adapters. They all look very cursed. This is one of the worst websites I've seen in a while. Stock folding mechanisms. Let's see what they got. Oh, those aren't super awful. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember who it was. They were at SHOT Show last year. We could probably comb through the SHOT Show videos and find it, but oh no. Not a sky. Good luck with your sky for the day. I just stopped by, gotta run, check you later. Alright. Thank you for stopping by. Very much appreciated. We'd been getting quite the streak of people just pulling fantastic guns from the gun gotcha. So I guess it was about time someone got an F tier gun from the gun gotcha. So everyone who had asked, uh, everyone who had complained about getting a Palmetto State or like a Glock from the gun gotcha, just know it gets worse. All right, see, when is SHOT Show this year? NSSF SHOT Show 2025. It's like mid-January, January 21 through 24th, late January. Exhibitors. They have a list of who is going yet. I want to know who's going to be there. I know it's a bit early. 66 days. and 17 hours and 53 minutes until SHOT Show. Gun ASMR? All right, which gun would you like for the ASMR? What gun are we ASMRing? We've got three options on the table right now. If you want something else that's within arm's reach, I can also do that. If you can just guess what's in arm's reach somehow. Silver Makarov. It's close enough. Close enough. It is Walther, but all right. So let us switch to ASMR mode. All right. Nice and quiet now. All right, there you go. There you go. All right, let's finish turning off ASMR mode. There we go. I should have some kind of quick key to do that, except I am actually like physically moving switches on equipment to do that. So it's probably going to be a little difficult to single hotkey that one. Oh my goodness, I keep slapping my mic. It's not in a different position. Why am I struggling with it so much today? Yeah, I hope I actually haven't gone back and tried to listen to any of my own gun ASMRs to actually know if they're picking up well. My own
Oh,
gun
she's
ASMRs to
quiet.
actually. I don't want to hear you. Uh, all right. So let us switch. We're gonna do it right now. We're gonna rate my own gun ASMR live on stream. See, all right. Nice
Oh,
and quiet now. Wow, I also get very ASMR. A little tinny. Lots of little clicks. It's definitely getting the directional down, but it's not actually picking up the sounds very well, unfortunately. Huh. I'll have to see what I can do to enhance the ASMR experience after stream. It's still very ASMR-y. Don't get me wrong, but I think I can enhance that a little bit. There you go. There was your gun ASMR. I hope it was acceptable to your ears. Hopefully next stream it will be even more acceptable. What is next stream? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Community Day, I think. Which tomorrow we have scheduled Pal World. But I've been seeing people play a lot of Helldivers recently. And I realized I hadn't played Helldivers in a while. So if other people want to join Helldivers tomorrow, we can do that as well / instead, if that is what the people want. So the plan tomorrow is very, very fluid. Also, future plans tomorrow, not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Uh, gun review, gun rating. We're rating guns. So, if you have not already, and you would like to submit your gun to be rated, then you can exclamation point Discord or exclamation point rate my gun to get the link to the Discord. And there's a channel there where you can upload all of your gun pictures to be rated, because everybody has always wanted their guns to be rated by an anime guy on the internet. I think that's a dream of everybody. So I'm here to make those dreams come true. So that will be happening this Sunday. The time is closing in. It is very hard, very difficult for me to not look into that channel and to do all the spoilers beforehand. But I am doing my absolute best to not look so that I can genuinely react in a poll to whatever nonsense everybody is sending in there. Because I'm sure that's what it's going to be. I'm not sure. But I do have a pretty strong hunch of that. All right, so let's see. Has anybody released anything new? I know Palmetto recently released, or not released, announced their Stizen collab. Has anyone else come up with anything new recently? Any other new announcements coming out? Maxim suppressors. Yet another Taurus revolver that looks like all of their other Taurus revolvers. Oh, the new HK. How could I forget? How could I forget about the new HK? Hmm. Hmm. Anything else? I don't think so. But new HK. New HK, very exciting.
I can tell this is going to be a tough video for me today, but fortunately, I am mentally numb from nearly a decade of
It is an
emotional abuse from you
ugly
animals, so
egg.
my body is ready. I'm about to be the Tina to your Ike because I'm going to try to convince you that a $3,900 AR-15 might be worth the spend as you watch this video. HK USA has just released the MR556A4. Today, we'll talk about what's new with
So
the
this
A4
is
specs, accuracy, and
US
my full review
manufactured.
on today's video. I've never reviewed the HK
Unsurprising.
MR556 or the HK416 on this channel. I saw previous iterations of the MR556 as an overpriced but watered down version of the 416. However, I did become a little 416 curious after I had the honor of training with the elite operators of IRNA, the Rapid Response Intervention Team from the Czech Republic. These guys, basically the Czech Public Security Section 9, and if you got that reference, you've never touched a woman. My point is, they basically
I didn't
have
get
an
that reference,
unlimited
and I
budget
also
to
haven't
buy
touched a
whatever they
woman.
want.
What does
And
that say
what
about
do
me?
they use? Glocks for their sidearms, the HK MP7 as a submachine gun, and a short barrel version of the HK416 as their primary. After shooting with these guys, after talking to these guys, I can see why.
Tell me about the HK416.
Every member
Ooh,
of
the
the
quad
unit
rails.
has one.
It's all
We
about the
use
quad
it
rails.
on a daily basis, and I think we are really happy with it. We wanted the piston rifle. The reliability is there. We use it outside of the Czech Republic in the places where the sand is absolutely everywhere. We
There's
are
so
really
many
happy
piston
with the
ARs.
piston system. We
I don't know
use
why
it
the
a
HK
lot
one is worth more than
suppressed
twice as much.
because of the night vision. We prefer it like this. We didn't really consider it like gas operated. Gas impingement
sure.
pistol,
Yeah,
rifle.
direct impingement.
Direct impingement.
Right.
Works for us. Most of the guys have factory stuff on it, and it's not really limiting any.
I do like the look
So
of the
far, so
HK
good.
stock.
Not really.
I don't know what about
Safe to
it.
say
It
this
just
is
looks
pretty
good.
much a perfect rifle as is.
For us, right now, yeah, it is.
Previous versions of the MR556 were not as faithful to the 416 and were, for lack of a better term, civilianized with suboptimal features and really shitty pricing and availability to boot. That's changed with the A4, except for the shitty pricing part. With the exception of full auto and the barrel, which I'll talk about in just a second,
And the
as well as
barrel.
a few other small details,
barrel's an
this
important
is the
part.
closest thing that we've seen to a real 416 in the US so far. First, you have the slimline HK416 furniture, thinner and lighter than legacy MR556 furniture.
Aw.
This also includes a slimmer M-LOK handguard. One
I
note,
don't
perhaps
like
my
that.
only complaint about this, other than price and weight, which we'll talk about, I do despise the large HK roll mark on the handguard.
If I'm gonna buy a gun like this, it's not a particularly like revolutionary product. Let's be honest. Like, it's a piston AR. If I'm gonna buy something like this, I want the version that's iconic. This M-LOK jungle up here is not the iconic version of the 416. If I'm going to get one of these, I want it to have the quad rail. Like the one that's in all the video games and all the action movies.
But if that's my second or third biggest complaint about this gun, you can see where this review's going. After all, you do need to let range peasants know that they are in the process of being stunted upon by a heckler and coke lord. It's got the over-the-beach buffer tube with drain ports to remove water, which is probably useful for you if Jersey or Galveston is the closest, air quotes, beach to you. Woof. It's got a reinforced double-length castle nut to protect that buffer tube, fully ambi controls.
Mag release. A well-fenced, large bolt release.
It is
in
a
the
very
traditional
well-fenced
location,
bolt release.
But you also have, similar to a lot of the other ambi platforms out there, this little shelf right there. Ambi safety with about a 45-degree
I do kind of like that ambi
throw on
lever.
it.
You now have an angled
Handy.
magwell typical of most AR-15s instead of the straight tunnel from the earlier versions. One of the best features of most short-stroke piston-operated guns is, of course, a two-position gas plug.
Great thing about the 416 MR556 family, short stroke piston operated gas system, adjustable gas nozzle here, so you can either do normal or suppressed. That's what I'm assuming the N and the S stand for.
Very nice.
We
for
have a suppressor on here. We've got the 3D printed B&T SRBS 556. What's neat about this, it's got the Rotex A2 assembly. I'm using this just on the standard A2 flash hider that comes on this gun. It just pops right on there.
I do need to get some kind of
I'm going to show you a couple rounds
suppressor that just goes on the flash hider.
Setting,
It's like
normie, and then we'll
an
shoot a
A2
couple in
flash hider.
suppressed, and you can see the difference in the ejection pattern. Ryan, you ready? Okay, that was normal. So that ejection was like 2:30, 3 o'clock-ish. Now suppressed. And Ryan saying that that was going about like 4 to 5. I got to tell you,
that is coming out
it feels
at a different
great.
angle.
Like just being able to kind of pop it over, run it in suppressed, super light recoiling. Between being able to tune the gas and
still a lot of
little
gas
bit more
coming out
weight,
that
this
ejection
is a
port,
very
which
flat
I know
shooting, very easy
gonna
to
be
shoot
with
platform. You guys know I love
any
my boys
suppressed
B&T,
gun.
my Uncle Carl. Match made in heaven. That's unsurprising because B&T has made OEM suppressors for HK for years. So this combo, absolutely incredible. I'm just using the regular A2 flash hider, shoots super flat as a DI gun. This is an incredibly smooth shooting, incredibly light recoiling, easy to shoot combo, especially when you have it in suppressed mode. Love it so far.
Let's talk about that barrel. The MR556 uses a heavy profile unlined barrel versus the 416 standard profile chrome lined barrel. MR556 barrels still come from Germany, but there's no chrome lining. That's going to get a lot of people moaning about durability, but I've got some good news for you. As many of you know, unlined barrels traditionally have better accuracy than chrome lined barrels. HK test fires all of these MR556A4s before they go out the door, and they must print a 10-round group of 30 millimeters or smaller at 100 meters. Get out your iPhone, figure it out. 30 millimeters, about 1.2 inches, 100 meters, about 110 yards. This is a combat rifle that shoots 1.03 MOA 10-round groups from the factory.
I mean, that is pretty
Now, that's
good.
according to
I'll be
HK, but also according to me.
This is actually pretty decent stuff. It's not really the best, but it's certainly not the
they're
worst
just
either.
testing the
At
barrels
least
on
with
that
5
though.
round groups. The very
That's gonna
first
be
5 rounds that I fired out of the 16-inch version.
like they're not. I don't think they're going to be assembling the barrel into a gun and then shooting that. So
This gun,
like that MOA is going to be less than it is when it's actually in the gun with the gas system and everything all completely attached. Like when they're testing the barrels, they probably have a machine they clamp the barrels into and then basically just fire rounds through like that. Like they're not assembling a rifle around the barrel, disassembling the rifle, taking the barrel out, shipping that one off, assembling it around the next barrel. Like that's not going to be what's happening. So once you actually build the rifle around the barrel, then you've got all the different harmonics and stuff working in there. And so that's going to decrease your MOA slightly. Or yes, decrease the accuracy, increase the MOA.
but also according to me.
This is actually pretty decent stuff. It's not really the best, but it's certainly not the worst either.
At least with 5 round groups. The very first 5 rounds that I fired out of the 16-inch version
Majestic
of this
Potato,
gun were Wolf Gold,
hello,
a
welcome.
standard cheap-ass 55-grain
Breda Model
M193
38.
round, one of the cheapest
Not bad,
brass
not
case
bad.
5.56 rounds you can get.
Better than the
I
Sky
put
that
5
got
rounds
pulled
in an
earlier.
inch at 100 yards. The first 5 rounds out of this gun.
Measuring from outside diameter to inside diameter of the 2 furthest apart rounds, that means you subtract the diameter of the bullet just by doing this measurement this way. You are looking at, holy crap, Wolf Gold. Wolf Gold, look at this. Like just barely over a 1-inch group, 5 rounds with regular Wolf Gold. That is really impressive.
But won't that compromise durability to not have a chrome
Barely
barrel? HK says not for these barrels. I
Barely
can't name
over
names,
1
but
MOA.
HK brought in a mil-spec chrome line barrel from a
With
well-known
Wolf
and
ammo?
respected U.S. military.
Is impressive. Did you miss the Black Friday deals? No, they're still going. There's still Black Friday deals going until Black Friday. The early Black Friday deals are there for some reason. I'm not going to buy anything on the early Black Friday deals because they usually lower more as Black Friday gets closer. They're just trying to get people into FOMO early.
Contractor, and they said that in comparative testing, the MR556 barrel outlasted the lined mil-spec barrel. HK claims they have a barrel that reached 12,000 rounds, which was still capable of meeting their accuracy standard. Now, for all I know, it could go 20,000 rounds without a significant change in dispersion. I was just told that they tested a barrel to 12,000 rounds without degrading accuracy. So how did they accomplish this? German cannon-grade cold hammer forged steel barrels. HK is so confident in the life of these barrels that they have a lifetime guarantee on them. Not like bullshit manufacturing defects, but as in if you ever shoot the thing out, you send it back to them, they will rebarrel your gun for free.
That is an impressive
If you don't
claim.
know, the game
I'll
done
give it to
changed
him.
in 2024 with HK. HK USA, totally new, super aggressive. They aren't just a mere importer of neutered HK Germany guns now. They're performing
I'll be honest, I am not one who's probably ever going to shoot at a barrel on any gun.
For civilians. I am
Just if I'm
unequivocally
honest.
telling you right here, right now, and I'm not joking that
Like, I can
even
probably buy the
MP7 is
cheapest
on the
barrels
table
ever
for HK USA.
and
They
never shoot 'em
filed
out
for a
every
trademark
time.
in the US,
Just
and it's
'cause-
being tested for domestic production. Wait, James, domestic production.
I am not going to buy one gun and be like, yep, this is the gun. This is the one for me, and never shoot anything else. I'll buy some nice guns, right? But even like my nicest guns, like I'm still like not shooting them all the time. Partly because ammo's expensive. Like 12,000 rounds of 5.56 is still like $6,000. You can buy a lot of guns for $6,000. Is a semi-local station already playing Christmas music? Ugh. Gross. I walked out of a store about a week ago because they were playing Christmas music. I walked in, they were playing Christmas music. I was like, oh, I'll go somewhere else. You gotta show them with your money. Now, am I gonna make a difference by myself? Probably not. I'll be honest. Which is why I'm telling you. Don't support businesses that are playing Christmas music before Thanksgiving. Don't do it. We must keep Thanksgiving sacred. Christmas music can start on Black Friday. I'm okay with that. That's acceptable. I'm probably not going to actually listen to Christmas music myself, like, of my own volition in my free time, until like a week before Christmas. But that's okay. Other people can play Christmas music in my presence starting on Black Friday.
Production. The MR556A4 says made in the USA on it. Hold on a second. I'm an American, therefore I'm too dumb and lazy and I cut too many corners to manufacture a fine firearm like the MR556. I want a gun made by Germans with their scrupulous attention to detail, not by Americans. Don't overreact. HK USA is only making the compliance parts for the MR556A4. As far as the major components, HK USA makes the lower receiver, fire control group, gas piston, and op rod. Very simple components. The upper receiver, the bolt carrier group, the gas block, the barrels, and more complicated manufacturing processes are still handled in Germany. Like I said, this is basically the civilian version of the 416. This is a semi-automatic version of the gun I trained on with the lead operators in the
Germany. Oh my goodness. He's got that thing all the way back. Max length of pull. I usually have mine set. Well, I guess I've got... We've got hand cam right here. I usually have my... So you get your angle here. It's pretty good reference point. I usually have mine set either right there, right, so it's perfectly at the end of the angle, or well, one back from that are my go-to spots. I generally like a shorter length of pull though. Don't know why. Just do. Where's the cutoff to submit guns for Sunday rating stream? The cutoff to submit guns for the Sunday gun rating stream is Sunday during the gun rating stream. And then if it's popular and people enjoy it, and then we'll probably bring it back at some point. So if you don't get something submitted by then stop by and support the gun rating stream, and we'll bring it back. And you can either submit the thing you didn't get, or something new, or whatever.
Gun that's been adopted by pretty much every special operations unit that didn't adopt the MCX, including SEAL Team 6, the team that put bin Laden's dick in the dirt with this exact gun. This is a proven platform, the next generation of the AR-15, one of the best guns I've ever reviewed on TFB TV. Accordingly, it has one of the steepest prices.
Looks like a large scope
TV.
for that
MSRP $3,900 plus for this gun. As I record
in terms
this
of
video,
like
the gun hasn't been
usability,
released
but just
yet.
in terms
I have no clue
of
what street price is going to be, but prior versions are about
looks.
$3,200 if you can actually find one. While I think this is a fantastic rifle, it's really hard for me to tell you that this gun's worth double the price of a Daniel Defense DDM4 V7 or a fully loaded BCM AR-15. I mean, really, how much more are you getting from the MR556A4? Obviously, it's a short-stroke piston operating system. That's a big price increase. The HK tax, big price increase. As we all
Okay, but there's a lot of piston guns on the market now. We don't have to pretend that putting a piston in a gun makes it worth $3,000. What is that? What are you trying to claim here? The PSA makes a piston gun.
all know top-tier piston guns that have seen military adoption, like the SIG MCX.
PSA doesn't
actually
make a
approach
top-tier piston
this
gun.
$3,000 price range. Street price on an MCX Spear LT about $2,600. There's a good argument to be made that your money's better spent on that than this. I'm guessing street price on the MR556 is going to be about $500 or $600 more than the MCX. But if you want an AR derivative that has Spec Ops chops, this is the only ticket right now. One other thing to be aware of, short stroke piston operating systems versus standard direct impingement systems, the guns are going to be heavier. The MR556,
That's okay. We're not cowards running away from heavy guns.
Weighs a hulking 9 pounds in 16-inch format, while the 11-inch model is a much, much handier 6.6 pounds. If I were choosing between one or the other, I'd
6.6 pounds is not that heavy. Like that's pretty well in line with just a standard AR. This guy's, what are you doing, James Reeves? Complaining about the weight of a 6.6 pound gun? Not heavy.
I'd go with the 11-inch version and SBR it, which is exactly what I did. By way of comparison, the 16-inch SIG MCX
when someone says heavy,
7.5 pounds.
I think like M1 Garand,
7.2 pounds.
FAL,
the 16-inch
G3.
Daniel Defense DDM4 V7, a featherweight.
Those are heavy
6.2
guns.
pounds, even with a full-length rail. There are trade-offs, but weight is a huge factor in deciding on a rifle. And am I telling you that you're getting double the performance out of this gun versus a high-end direct impingement AR-15 that costs half as much? Absolutely not. I think you can get 80 to 90% of the performance of this gun for 50% of the price. Really, this gun is for HK fans, or a gun for people who live by HK's no compromise motto. If you want the best of the best, don't mind spending double to get it, or the government's picking up the tab, this is for you. But even if you get past price, the most significant drawback to this gun is the weight. So I'd encourage HK
I wish someone would pick up the tab on me
standard
buying
profile
guns.
416 style barrels available. Other than that, the fit and finish on this gun is superb. The ergos are excellent. It's a durable, reliable, proven platform with an all-you-can-shoot barrel buffet that HK will replace for free for the rest of your life. Accuracy is as good or better than any other AR-15 I've ever tested on this channel. This is
I wish
a hot
I
get with a
got out
price
to
to
shoot
match. Are you
enough
gonna
that
get
I
one
actually had to
today?
worry
Tell
about
me in the
shooting the
comments
barrels
why
out of
or
my
why
guns.
not. Think about liking, think about
I do not, though.
subscribing, think about supporting us, especially on subscribestar.com/TFBTV. We give away
What do you mean you can't do that? There we go. So new gun made by HK USA. Pretty cool. It's neat, but I want the other ones. I want the HK USA UMP and MP5s, and what I'm hoping that HK USA does, I don't think they will. I hope HK USA does factory SBRs. Which would be way better, way cooler. It's not likely, but hopefully. Hopefully HK USA starts doing SBRs, so you can buy a factory SBR, HK MR556 or MP5 SP5 or USP USC. USP is the handgun. Don't need a factory SBR one of those. You know, UMP G36 433. You don't care about anything else. I like the top of my list for HK bringing back guns is G36. XM7 variant if we get super lucky for some reason. But G36 100%. I need some kind of MP5 or derivative just because I don't have one yet. That one I don't care as much if it's the HK one. Factory SBR semi-auto machine pistol USP. Yeah, get your USP tactical with the HKA stock. the USC UMP. I do want a UMP. If for no other reason, then I want to be able to directly compare it to the Taurus version. The SMT CT9 for the import version. That is a big driver of my want for the HK USA USC. lots of letters there. Is I want to compare it to the Taurus version, which is strange, but I already have the Taurus version, so I need to compare them. I also still need to find somebody to send me the parts for it from the Philippines or from South Africa, which is not going very well. I did contact Taurus to see if there was any chance at all that they could help me out, and there was not. So I'm gonna have to find some private seller to do it. That is single-handedly the most cursed reason you have ever heard for wanting a gun, let alone a UMP. Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. Like the UMP, super iconic. Like, yeah, I kind of want one, but it doesn't get above a lot of other things, right? There's a lot of guns I want. However, the UMP there's not a lot of other people making clones of it, right? Like the G3, MP5, all that stuff. There's a lot of people making different variants of it. But there's not many people making a UMP derivative, right? So if I can compare it to something that's already pretty rare, and the HK-UMP is already one of their, like, still high quality, still HK, but one of their lower quality, like, budget, get it cheap kind of guns. Like, comparing that to the Taurus version, which the Taurus is the get it cheap, get it budget friendly gun, but the Taurus actually has a stamped receiver. And so being able to compare whether or not the near completely polymer body UMP still stands up to the cheaper manufactured, cheaper to buy stamped version of itself, it's very interesting to me. Is the Taurus derivative of UMP? Or just cosmetically? It is a derivative of the UMP, 100%. What about the 45 Strybog? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked much into Strybogs. Like, I know that they exist. But the Taurus is near exactly the same as the HK-UMP, just on stamped receiver. Strybog, SP45. Not that one. Who is it? Is it Global Ordnance? There it is. That's what I'm looking for. I needed better pictures. Global Ordnance sells a Strybog, so does PSA. Yeah, but Global Ordnance has better pictures. So here is the Strybog. Obviously, it's very similar. So it looks like it's gonna have very similar takedown. Pin in the back that rotates around the pin in the front. Similar magazine catch, doesn't really matter a lot. Is that also a button and a lever? I think it's button and lever. But the important part is up here. So without actually being able to handle it, it's going to be pretty hard to judge exactly. Obviously they're direct blowback. But a big part of it is what is the connection between the charging handle and the bolt. And I don't know. I think it's non-reciprocating. Pretty sure on that. But I don't know what the interaction there looks like. The safety is in a slightly different spot. That's just going to be, that's just going to be different. It looks like the lower on this one is all one piece. On the Taurus, the lower is stamped metal. That is then, I guess, probably more likely the other way around, but the polymer is formed around the stamped metal, or the stamped metal's stamped around the polymer. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what direction the manufacturing process takes, but the Strybog would also be interesting to compare. The Strybog is still kind of expensive. I don't remember what Palmetto State's price was. I was just there, but oh, this is with the brace. Daily deal. So with the brace, price checks out. I would rather get it not with the brace, because I think braces are ugly and not very comfortable to use. But that would be another one interesting to, first of all, take apart and see what the insides look like. It does look like it would be probably pretty similar. The thing is, I want to compare, and I want them to release the 9mm version of the UMP or USC. Because the Taurus one comes in 9 and 40. And I have the 9. So I want to compare it to the 9. As cool as the 45 one would be, I would rather have the 9. Hopefully HK USA, along with not making it in 10 round 45 ACP magazines. I hope they also do the 9mm version, because I very much would like that. So the HK USA UMP, first I hope it's a 9mm. It makes it much more interesting to myself personally. Also makes it much more comparable to my Taurus version of the UMP. Which, I know, strange reason, but it is what it is. Also, I hope it's not stupid expensive. How much is the USC going for right now? It's like the same price as the Strybog. If the HK USC and the Strybog are the same price, why would you get the horrible neutered version of the UMP? Like, it's not even like very easily convertible to be the right thing. I mean, I guess HK fanboys and girls, but why? You have to deal with that single stack 10 round magazine. Lowest you found USC currently is around 1090. Yeah, that looks like about where they are on the low end right now. I'm sure we're going to see lower prices for Black Friday and stuff, just because that's how the season of Black Friday works. So we're probably gonna see like 950 to 1,000 on them. But still, how much is the Tribog 45? What's the lowest price we can get on one of these? The 9mm one you can get for like 950. .45 one is like 1,200 ish. So I guess the HK one is coming in just a little bit lower than the Strybog. If you're set on 45. But the Strybog comes with, you know, a shorter barrel, magazines larger than 10. Yeah, comes with a threaded barrel. The forend that you can actually attach things to. Do I take stream idea suggestions? I do. I do take stream idea suggestions. What is your stream idea? And please tell me. Oh, there we go. You linked a video, actually. What are we comparing? Okay. Strybog versus UMP 45. Cursed Blurst gun rating stream. You were opening up quite a bit there. It is a good idea though. All right.
This video is brought to you by
Strybog.
Slate Black Industries. For grips and accessories, visit slatesblackindustries.com.
So here we are, and I find myself again being Henry's instrument in the propagandizing of the HK platform. The ump.
Ladies
So part of my problem with the HK UMP, super iconic, don't get me wrong. But obviously I've handled the horrible USC version, but I've handled these ones as well. Like at a gun show. And they feel so plasticky. They're so these feel like cheap guns. The HK UMP feels like a cheap gun, which I don't like.
and gentlemen, like he said, the ump. However, today we have the slump, the Slovenian UMP.
The slump, the Slovakian UMP. I had one job, which is to say that it is Slovakian, not Slovenian, and yet I said it's Slovenian.
The Slovenian UMP.
The slump is Slovakian. Slump. Now, not Schlamper.
Never handled USB or
That's
USC?
a different word auf Deutsch.
You don't like how the rear sight protrudes above the protective wings? Yeah. I mean, so for me, I have to keep in mind that the UMP was designed to be HK's budget SMG. Like super cheap to produce, like cheaper to sell. Obviously HK always is going to have a premium, but the UMP is the HK cheap SMG. So it's not going to be as nice. I'm not saying they cut corners on some things, but there's some things that clearly are not as nice as they could be.
But the slump.
The
Slovakian.
UMP. Same, but is it same? So, this was a
Full disclosure here.
this
Full
was not a
disclosure.
personal purchase. This was, and while this, most of the guts itself cost me a lot. The parts that I added onto this actually are worth more than the core of this thing. So sort of this is like a house that you have a heavy mortgage to, etc., and this is a house that you sort of inherited, and you have to
like the stock that you put on the
customize
Strybog.
to your own taste.
Okay.
Now this was a new firearm that
I just want to know where all these inherited houses are.
I've been dealing with mortgages recently. What I did, however, is notice that the Strybog 45, actually the core of it could be made to
The
resemble
HK,
the
it sounds
UMP.
so plastic.
And in fact, I realized afterwards that these things use UMP mags. Here, give me yours. So, you know, as they say, no cap on the 25 cap magazine. It uses the same magazines as a UMP. And guess who has a lot of UMP 45 magazines? Aha. So I thought it would be interesting
cool. I didn't know
to
they used the
look
same
at
magazines.
a firearm that I learned was a roller delayed.
Oh my god.
May I say a roller delayed?
So Henry,
Subgun?
what you're telling me right now is that you stumbled upon, were introduced to the perfect combination of all of the things that you like. It looks like an ump, it feels like an ump, it smells like an ump, but it has the guts of an MP5?
Well, you haven't shot this yet. And guts of an MP5 is a strong word here.
Better comparison
Very
than
strong word.
inherited
Yes.
home would be
That's
like a mobile
saying
home
an
that you
AK is
slap
like an AR-15 because they're both
price
gas
your
operated.
extensions on.
Say
after
less.
buying
I
the
want
base
your
home.
first impressions on it, and we'll put, you know, Josh, mind you, just shot the UMP, and now he's
You
going
got
to
your-
experience.
You get your mobile home and you buy the living room extension pack. You put the heated floors in.
So, you're almost out.
Literally one shot left.
Hold open like the UMP. So, essentially, go ahead.
Let me shoot a few doubles on paper here. I want to just...
Very controllable. It's 45, but a pistol caliber.
How did that feel?
I mean, so you can definitely still tell that it's 45.
Right.
Right, like I'm noticing that the dot does have like a good bit of movement in it and dance, but it feels, I actually think that the recoil impulse is less than on the ump.
Right.
Yeah,
So, but let's give you two shots immediately
onto
on
the
the
ump.
UMP 45.
Less dot movement in vertical, but harder hit.
Right.
So snappier feel, less vertical dot movement, fairly predictable dot movement in return, but you do still get movement in return.
Right. So, does it feel anything similar between the
I mean, insofar as I'm shooting two subguns.
So the Strybog here, right? Like, it's obviously going to shoot nicer than the UMP. Because the UMP is just blowback. Like the roller delay does quite a bit for pistol calibers. The Strybog, well, it is very UMP-esque. It does have a nicer recoil mechanism. So that's going to be a pretty big plus towards the Strybog.
Okay, probably akin.
The Strybog, in terms of operation, is a lot more similar to the MP5, like they said, because of the roller delay. So the this Strybog is kind of like an MP5 in a UMP suit.
Into shooting an AR versus the AK. Like, yeah, I mean, they both feel like rifles. So these both feel like subguns.
Hey, are you guys enjoying hanging out on range with us? Well, maybe you'd like to join the Patreon and hop into the private Discord. We'll see you guys there. Now let's get back to it.
So let's dial it back a little bit. So there's what
definitely doesn't feel like a roller delayed system though.
It doesn't feel like the MP5 roller delayed system because it's
or
not.
the what's the 5.56 one?
HK93?
The 93. Yeah, it doesn't feel like either of those.
So the roller delayed system, truly, you kind of.
Did he just say that the Strybog doesn't feel like an HK93? Yeah.
feel it's almost like a segmented long
HK93
push.
is a
Clack, clack.
rifle
Yeah.
caliber.
This doesn't feel like the clack, clack. It's just like a reduction of the immediate
Snap. Yeah,
punch.
that's right.
It's
Yeah.
like a muffled 45 on the UMP. But I also noticed more dot movement. Shocker, this is a first shots video, but I've actually prepped this, so it's Josh's first shot.
This is going to be the totally wild comparison here.
Right.
But I think the best example, if you guys have seen our roller delayed video where we talk about the G3
modernized G3
versus the SCAR recoils. SCAR recoil, G3 recoil.
Interesting.
That's like, I mean, obviously like totally
That's
different, but in terms of the G3 where it's like, it feels like actually kind of soft the way you have yours configured, go check out that video after you're done with this one.
I do need
Link
the G3
we'll put
at some point.
Somewhere.
I'm a fan of
On
308,
this,
except for
it
buying the
doesn't
ammo.
feel as snappy, but I see the sights being like in relation
So
to the
you
target.
still have to like track the sights probably.
For sure. And like, I think when I was trying to shoot pure doubles, and the second round was leaving, I knew it wasn't there when I'm taking the second shot. I'm just trying to push it and see if I can get it.
So now,
sorry, I derailed you.
Let's go back to the initial, right? What Josh, like, I love the UMP. I don't love it because I think it shoots better than the MP5, but I love it for its employment reasons and the way they designed it and some of the manufacturing changes that they made to it in order to meet those requirements. But what do you hear about the UMP has people so disgusted about the UMP?
I think everybody's again.
And the problem
not
with the
really
UMP
my hill to die on. I don't care
is
about
that it
any of this
is
stuff.
the
Like,
USC.
So he has nothing to lose if he talks about it.
I can just sort of share my opinion on it. What I would say is most people's prevailing opinion or talk track on these guns, and maybe this is right, maybe it's not, but it's like you took the MP5 that has arguably one of the best recoil sensations. It feels like a pop gun. It's super easy to keep on target, especially when you're shooting it on automatic in a subgun configuration.
Right.
And you reduced or removed out some of the elements that make it so awesome, i.e. mostly the operating system, the recoil sensation, right? That's like mostly what I hear people talk about when they reference this.
Valid point too. Valid point, because
direct blowback 45.
You're going from a roller delayed blowback system. You
Of course, it's not going to be as nice as the roller delayed.
Used to be employed for subguns, because especially in a 9mm subgun, we don't have an MP5 in 45.
Right, to really.
But
like
we
put it
have
up
one
against.
in 10mm.
Yep.
And guys who have used 10mm.
I mean, I know we don't have the MP5 in 45. Wasn't there an MP5 that was made in 45? Maybe not production, but like I thought one existed somewhere, like in the HK Grey Room or something.
Have talked about
could be
how
wrong.
much it tames a 10mm cartridge. And so, yes, you took that and turned it into something that On paper, off of like if you went to a rental range and rented the MP5 and then rented a UMP, decidedly people would revolt against the UMP off the bat and say this is the worst. Right?
With wood
But that's
furniture?
based
Yeah.
off of pure shooting. The UMP comes at a much lower cost and is direct blowback, so the maintenance cycle is lower. And it also comes in 3 different calibers that you could field change with just a punch. See this pin right here? You punch it out, you switch the barrel out, you switch the bolt out, and then you use the magazine that corresponds to that new cartridge, and you're rechambering this from UMP 45 to UMP 40. Sometimes things that are important for an agency to adopt or a commercial entity to sell don't translate too easily to what the civilian market needs.
Oh, definitely true. Yeah.
So, just look at the
Nope,
silhouette.
I need exactly the same thing that the
Bad boys.
agencies have.
Sicario,
Stop civilianizing guns.
COD, Modern Warfare, all of those things. The UMP silhouette is undeniably cool.
It is iconic.
How do you
That
then
is the
come
big
up
draw.
with something that sort of has still has the sleek attractiveness?
I just got a text about Black Friday deals from Arkin. It is 2 weeks away. I don't want to know about your current sales. They're not Black Friday sales. Because it's not Black Friday. Okay, sorry. I interrupted us.
The UMP's manual of arms, as I left that out, is one improvement over the MP5 that many people talk about. And how do you merge
so
those things?
maintain that, but add back in some of that MP5 pizzazz that is otherwise being traded off for logistics.
So the MP5's main pizzazz is the roller delayed blowback system.
Right.
That's basically it. So how do you put a roller delayed blowback system into this? The manufacturing process is much more strenuous than, let's
If the
say,
sales
an extruded
don't change
aluminum
from now
upper or a forged aluminum
through
upper like
Cyber
an
Monday.
AR-15.
Okay.
Are there people who actually are looking to buy things before Black Friday? Like the week of Black Friday? The week of Black Friday, maybe. But like, doesn't everyone like stop buying things leading up to Black Friday so they can get the sales? Like if you're planning on looking for stuff on Black Friday, isn't it like common for people to stop looking? It's a wicked deal, you'll jump on it whenever. Okay, fair enough. I don't know, my thing is I just stop calling it a Black Friday deal. Black Friday is a specific time. It's the day after Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is 2 weeks away. I don't know. It's basically a problem with semantics, but it bothers me and I don't like it.
So that itself makes it more difficult to put that into practice. So yes, this is a roller delayed blowback system, but it's a very interesting way they accomplish the roller delayed blowback system, and I shall show you.
So I do think the way they designed the rollers on this.
Oh wait, Willow. Hey, don't chew on that, please. Willow. Yeah, that's you. Don't chew on that. You can't ignore me. Don't chew on the plants. Hi. Oh, visitor. Over here. Visitor. Don't chew on the plants. Thank you. Thank you. You already did a little bit, but don't do it again. Thank you. Black Friday is the period between Veterans Day and Christmas. No, Black Friday is the Friday after Thanksgiving. Oh my, hello. Hi. You know I am currently petting you, right? Goodness sakes. You can't have that. I know the Ruger's probably very tasty. You can't have it. The dogs. The dogs. Special guest from the dog. Alright. Oh no.
25 magazines.
Where were we? UMP versus Slump. What are you doing over? Why? What are you doing over there now? Being a problem is what you're doing.
Roller is right here, as we've
Ads, none of the ads.
shown. You can see it pop up
Oh
and down.
yeah.
That single roller, and that basically accomplishes the delay in the recoil impulse. Now, the other things that I did to this, obviously, I put a UMP stock on it, which a BNT stock on this, which BNT obviously drew inspiration as an H&K part manufacturer.
It is shorter though, isn't it?
Well, in correlation to the pistol grip, it is a little shorter.
I noticed that actually when I was grabbing it. It feels like this is a much more compact setup than what this was.
The Strybug is a cool gun. And comparing it to the UMP, I don't know. Like the Strybug and the UMP they have very similar looks. They look like they would work the same. They look like they would have the same operating system behind them. You just slobbered all over my arm. You're interrupting stream. Goodness sakes. Oh, goodness. You're joining me up here. Hello. Hi. Hi. Everyone say hello. Special guest. Special guest. Are you saying hi to everybody? The desk is slick, huh? Saying hi? Saying hi to saying hi to everybody? You keep sliding forwards. Hi. You need to get down. You're gonna start knocking things off. You can't have that. I know it's all very exciting, but you can't have it. Thank you for saying hi to everybody, though. Oh my. Oh goodness. Oh gracious. There's another one. What do you need? What is the Ruger? Come on. Come on. You gotta get down now. Thank you. All right. A small bit of chaos. Small bit of chaos. All right, I do think that the reason that they are suddenly so restless, not arming the doggos, secretly a Fed. If I'm gonna arm the doggo, I'm not gonna give them a 22. They're gonna get something better than that. I do believe that the reason that all of a sudden dog is very, very needy is because it's dinner time. So I will be going to feed the doggo. So we will be doing a BRB here real quick. While I feed doggo. Probably also gonna swap out guns on the stream. So, We're gonna do a quick BRB. As soon as this works this time. All right, there we go. So now we'll be right back. Gotta go feed the doggos. So I will be right back. Hello, hello, I am back. Sorry it took forever. Gross. Don't sneeze on me. Okay, cats, if you're gonna be heaving, you can't be on my desk. Thank you, though, for the offer. Alright. So, we are back. How was everybody while I was gone? It was one of those words games got pretty far, actually. So we have new set of guns on the table now. Oh my goodness. Oi! Dog! What is the conniption about? These dogs, I tell you. But hello, I'm back. It took a little longer than expected, because the dogs, I don't know, they're restless. But we got some new guns out. Matilda, welcome. I don't think I saw you here before. Oh, Matilda. Since you are currently overseeing the Rate My Gun submissions, and I am doing my utmost hardest to not look at them. How many submissions we got? I don't want like a number, but like, how difficult is it going to be to make a whole stream out of however many there are? But very, very difficult. Okay. That's all right. I definitely knew that was a possibility. We got a few. That's good. I knew it was a possibility that it was going to be very difficult to make a whole stream out of. That's fine. I expected that because it's the first time doing something like this. And when you're starting something, sometimes it doesn't pick up instantly, so. Is there a limit to how many one can post? No. I don't think so. There is currently no limit. Cat, you are absolutely not allowed right there. You knocked my water all over my guns last time. Okay, so new guns. We kind of have an old school kind of theme here. But a little floof, there's a little floof. A little floof is being a huge problem. He's a pretty big floof, actually. All right, so new guns on table. Obviously, we still have the Ruger. just because it was kind of had the same kind of FUD vibes. We have the generic single shot shotgun. What is this one? The New England Pardoner. Very cheap shotgun. This is one of the cheapest guns I owned. Goodness sakes, buddy. Buddy. Calm yourself. I don't know what's into the dogs. But, and then we also have the Contender single shot scoped pistol. Very cool gun. Mine does currently have a 2.5 power scope on it. It is chambered in 223. So some of these pistols are chambered in absolutely just unrealistic and probably unpleasant things. But this one is 223, so it is not terrible. And so one of the big selling points of this gun is that it has interchangeable barrels. So you can run any multitude of different calibers through it. It's got some funny stuff going on with the hammer to compensate for that. I currently only have this one barrel for it, unfortunately. I would like to get other barrels for it, but obviously that costs money. But we can look on here. This gun is also way heavier than it looks, by the way. It's a very heavy pistol. But we can look here on the hammer. We pull the hammer back. We have this lever that goes back and forth. I don't know if you can see it, but just below that little lever, you have got a little swivel with pegs that move back and forth. And those basically actuate different firing pins in the back of this. Let's get some light on it. There we go. You can see two different firing pins right there. Right in the back of that. So when you rotate this, it basically swivels different pegs to hit different firing pins based on which barrel and what caliber you have in there. So that top firing pin is used for various rim fires. It's also used for some larger bores. If you need to, basically if the center has to be moved up to compensate for the larger thing. This one is 223. So we do a very small bore, very bull barrel. And so because of that, we can look on this side. Ignore the scuffed up wood there. I did buy this used for a very good deal. So you can see the pin on that side moves in. And so that will hit the bottom firing pin on that and would set off the 223 if there was a 223 in here, which there is not. It is quite empty. But there is the Contender. So I guess there's the new guns. I think the Contender, are they still making that? I don't think they are. I think they stopped making the Contender a while ago. They're still in Gunbroker, but they definitely stopped making them. I do need to get a new forend for mine, since mine is all scuffed up and not great looking. But the pieces for it have gotten kind of expensive since they don't make them anymore, unfortunately. And the guns themselves are actually not very cheap. There's a few on Gunbroker and a lot of different barrels. But it looks like most of them are going around $800 right now. Apparently there's 30 pages of contenders and contender parts. But if I did get a different barrel for the contender, I don't know what I would chamber it in. I guess 223 right now. Maybe, I don't know if I would go something crazy. Like get like a 300 Win Mag barrel for it or something. Or just get something easy like a 45 Colt. I don't know. Goodness sakes. Why are you so needy today? I haven't been ignoring you. I promise. Okay. Okay, so the gun, rate my guns on Sunday. No, there's no submission limit. Although, if we do it in the future, which I'm planning on also doing it in the future, and you post the same gun, it will make fun of you. If I remember, that is. And we all know how streamer memory is. Always the best, clearly. Alright. And there is this video on Twitter. Would anybody like a little tiny 22 belt fed machine gun? Baby, it's a little guy. And it comes with its own little baby tripod. It's so... I love it. It's so silly and fun. Obviously, I can't have it because it's full auto, and full autos are, you can't have them. Baby's first full auto. You know, if Brandon Herrera gets nominated as ATF director, Who knows? Full autos might be back on the menu. Which would be very interesting. For sure. But the ATF says that this gun is too scary, even though it's so adorable. Look at how adorable this gun is, but it's still too scary for the ATF. I love it so much. It's great. It's wonderful. I want one. I cannot have one. A good desk gun in a based workplace. It is the perfect work from home desk gun. Because working from home, you can have whatever you want on your desk. Unless it's tall enough to block your camera or something. Yeah, a workplace where you can openly have belt-fed machine guns. A based workplace. That's the goal. That's what Europeans think America is, and I think we should strive for that. Would be funny to have a full World War II reenactment machine gun crew, like it's in 1919. Like what was like the tiny guns? Just have a whole bunch of people just crowded around this little itty bitty gun. The 1919 had a 3-man crew, right? I think that's correct. Liberator. Goodness sakes. P45 Liberator. I wish I had a P45 Liberator. It was one of those cool, like Cold War creations. One carried gun, one carried tripod, one carried ammo. That sounds right. Good gracious. Calm yourself.
Deploying reinforcements.
Hacker_Zenitco just followed.
Hacker Zenico. Oh no. Not here too. Welcome. Hello, how's it going? Welcome to Not Gotcha's stream. I promise. It's a different desk. Hello, how's it going? The dog is having some kind of conniption out there. Oi! Willow! Get off that! It's freaking climbing on the cabinet. Alright. Man. A person whose real name you know, but won't say because you're testing to see if you know it. Is hello. I definitely know which one you are. But just to be sure that you still do. Which one are you? So I think the one that starts with hacker is hacker, right? I think that's right. You know, he's going, yeah, 5 ads. 5 ads is ridiculous. That's too many ads. Oh, we get another special guest. Only got 30 seconds. Very nice. We got a new visitor. So many special guests this stream. Can you see him? Can you see the special guest? He's overflowing onto the desk. Oh, creature. Yes, the creature is here. Hold on. Let me chug the rest of my water before he knocks it over. All right, now we're safe. We're safe from getting water on guns this stream. Again. What a big beard. Yes, this is my giant Santa Claus white beard. Yes, you're here and your name is Hacker. I was right. I was right. You said you were in ads, but that's what I said. You can... I have witnesses, I think. I knew it. I knew it. I got it right. Let's go. I mean, I had a 50% chance. Let's not give me too much credit. I had a 50-50 shot. I had a little bit more than 50-50. But the worst chance I could have had was at 50-50. Buddy, you're gonna leave hair all over my desk, aren't you? Oh. We were talking about Black Friday sales earlier. Are there any sales anyone is looking for particularly this coming Black Friday? Goodness sakes, buddy, you are just making yourself at home here. Because I am looking for sales on kind of retro style optics. I need something to put on my 635 clone. I also need a roller delay. I'm looking for roller delays. Colt 4X, that would be nice. Although it would have to be a reproduction, because not many sales on surpluses. Muzzlite bullpup is best. What is a muzzlite bullpup? Is that a conversion? That's one of those cursed conversions, isn't it? I know that's one of those cursed conversions. Oh, there he goes. Cursed Mini 14. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is that one. This is the like... This is the one that looks like the QBZ. Oh, that's so bad. What do you mean not cursed? I think I click on the image and it gets smaller. It's based. This is based on my nightmares. That's what it's based. This is probably made out of like a cheap plastic mold too. You can probably like, it probably feels like a child's toy. And it's got the Amazon special red dot on it. Perfect for killing bugs. It's inconsistent mold. Oh no. You own one. Oh no. Why though? It's so cursed. You took a beautiful Mini 14 and did an upgrade? That is factually incorrect, my good sir. At the I have had somebody come into a gun shop where we had a Mini 14. It wasn't in this chassis. It was in a different chassis, a different bullpup chassis. And it also came with just the standard stock, because whoever sold it to us still had it. They just gave them both to us. The person who bought it would only buy it if it was in the original stock, and they refused to take the bullpup chassis stock. Like, they would rather not have it for free than just have to take it home. They just refused to take it. I submitted for the rating. Exclamation point, rate my gun. We got gun rating stream this Sunday. It's getting the barrel chop. Did you SBR it? That's at least a little bit based. At least it's a little bit based. If you actually SBR it, still very cursed. Don't mistake me. But at least getting the SBR, at least you don't have double front sights. I want a bigger picture. Oh, this is MWG? The same people who make the Snail magazine? Everything makes sense now. So with your Mini 14 bullpup conversion, are you also going to have the Snail mag? It's basically a requirement. You can for your MWG build on your M14. You got to get the Snail mag for it. It would be coming out right here where your face is supposed to be. That's the only time. I was gonna say it's the only time where a left-hander would have it better, but then they'd be eating brass all day. How would you shoulder it? So what you do is you put the stock on your shoulder and the magazine on your chest, and then you've got like insane height on the optic anyways. So like you just kind of like scoot over and look at it as you set your chin on the stock. It's perfect, really. They make those for the Mini? They do. They do. At some point, I need to get one for the AR. But they're $135. If MWG puts their snail mag on Black Friday sale, I'll get one. The 30 round magazine doesn't even fit. What? Great snail mag. Beta C. There a beta mag for the mini? Oh my goodness, there is. Goodness sakes, $300. Code discontinued for 5% off. And this one actually looks shorter in length than the 30 rounder. So this one might work. This one you might be able to smoosh in there. We got some potential. Muzzlight Mini 14 LMG, exactly. It might be long enough you can use it as like a rear bipod. It also might just look like you've got nuts on your gun in the bag. That is a possibility. But I think that's unlikely, so you don't have to worry about that. Even better than the AUG LMG. I think that it would be a much more popular viral picture on the internet than an AUG LMG. LSW-14. I hate it. I hate it. But I love it in like a horrible kind of way. $300 is still ridiculous for that. You can get it in clear. They come in clear too. Oh, never mind. Discontinued. They don't have any in stock. You could have theoretically at one point gotten it in clear too. Sub $300 with discount code. Was that 5%? Takes off, what, like $15? Slightly more. You can get it for like $285 plus tax and shipping. That's still ridiculous. My good sir, my dearest compatriot, did you say to paint it clear? Paint it clear? Where's this mystical paint that you have found? And how do I get some? Weight 12 pounds? What? This is a 12-pound magazine, apparently. How? There's how there's no way this is 12 pounds. Is this like solid steel? And then loaded it's 12 pounds? Is that what's going on? You need to buy the Betamax for Muzzlight Mini 14 for eventual possible cursed guns rating stream. You need to buy it just purely for internet clout. That is the best reason to spend $300 on gun accessories. Is for internet clout, as we all know. Why would you buy anything if it wasn't for internet clout? That's so cursed. And I don't know if it's cursed in the right way or not yet. But I want to know what it looks like. Not bad enough to buy a Mini 14, a bullpup conversion, and a $300 magazine. But think of the aneurysm it'll give Gotcha. Now that right there. That is a noble cause if I've ever seen one. Now you have no choice. Now you have to do it. For such a noble cause. Nothing like causing medical emergencies fueled by autism on streams. I'm trying to think of something more cursed than that. Maybe like the Glock drum in one of the Glock bullpup rifle conversions. That'd be pretty cursed. I don't think it'd be as cursed though. Or you doing okay? Whoa! Whoa! Oi! Stop it. Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for being quiet now, though. Yes. I don't know, the huge magazines. I'm trying to figure out. I need a bigger picture of this muzzleite thing. Google Images has me covered. I'm trying to figure out why the 30 round magazine doesn't fit in it. Here's one that came with a this one has the 30 round magazine in it. Looks like an aftermarket one, but I was thinking maybe it was Rock and Lock. Unless you've got the Mini 30. If you've got the Mini 30, then that's gonna have more curve and it might be running into that. Are you sure? Are you what? It seems like it'd fit. It might just be because I'm missing something obvious. Oh no! No. The seam down the molding. Oh no. the exposed bolts. Screws? Are those screws or bolts? I can't tell. That one on the top just looks like a flathead screw. Oh, big branding right across the side. Yes, I hate it. But it's already cursed, so it makes it better. The 2 front sights are worse for you? You can ignore everything else? The 2 front sights is one of the most egregious parts. So that's why getting the barrel chopped. Oh, the big seam. That's why getting the barrel chopped makes it... It's still so cursed. It's cursed differently, though. That also means that you have a tax-stamped Tassie bullpup rifle, which is like a super strange category of based cursed, burst. So what is going on in the molding back here? It looks like somebody like molded a claw into it. There were FDE Muzzleite stocks? Were there? Alright, Google Images. Don't show me anything weird. Non-firing prop in one. It looks like it might be a 2-tone one. 2-tone Muzzleite. I haven't seen just a straight FDE one, though. Is a slightly different 2-tone. Well, that looks like... That's a different one. That's not the Mini 14 one. The closest I'm seeing to FDE is the 2-tone. I'm not seeing a full FDE. Posted? Oh, we got a video. What is this? Early 2000s, like, PowerPoint presentation video. Oh, the sound quality. And the video quality. Fight crime, shoot first. Bing. Bing. Oh, that is a 2-tone. It's a different 2-tone than the one I found. Don't judge you. It's too late. I don't know if that's better or worse. It's got to be a custom paint job, though. It's got to be a custom paint job, I think. I hope. Hang on. I'll be back in like 15 seconds. The dogs are making... They let me go outside racket. So I'll be right back. you can feast your eyes on this custom paint job while I'm gone. Okay, hello, I'm back. Sorry for leaving again. Make it bigger at least. If I make it bigger, it's you can count the pixels in it. There you go. Now you can see it bigger. So the paint lines on this, I don't think they're following a break in the mold, which is why I think it's, I don't know, is it? Is this a paint job? Or did they actually make FDE pieces? I'm second guessing myself now. Oh no. Doesn't look painted to you? The problem is the pixels are too large, so I can't see it quite. The problem is that these seem to be popular like 20 years ago. And that's back when pictures weren't as good. So we need Hacker to take high quality pictures of his SBR Muzzlite bullpup nonsense creation. Which I say with the utmost respect because he's SBRing it, which is burst based cursed, unlike blurst, not to be confused with blurst. His unregistered SBR. I'm sure he went through the correct processes. There's no reason that we think he wouldn't have. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, what have I found? I found a video about it. It's titled Worst Bullpup Ever. No. That doesn't seem like a problem with the chassis though. That seems like a problem with the base gun. It's just a Ruger problem, I think.
It's a sweet weapon system.
Here we can see the plastic there. So this right here, this is all one piece. There's no break in the mold there, going from this kind of stock shaped piece to the rest of it. So that other one, the two-tone, they must have just painted the lines. Pretty sure a 16-inch Mini 14 and the muzzleloader is under 26. Which, correct if you're wrong, is also illegal. Not if it's an SBR. SBRs don't have to make the 26-inch length. I also am not sure how long this is. This looks like the 18-inch barrel, so it could be enough. Yeah, this one is. But we're talking about hackers. Because Hacker said that he was gonna lop the barrel. Which I assume he's SBRing it, because that's baster. Okay, the molding on this one doesn't look as scuffed as the one we looked at earlier. I mean, it doesn't look wonderful, but this one looks better than the one they show on the
put this gun into
page.
context, though, you have to think about the era it came from. The whole firearms industry,
And this grip is part of the mold too. Just screwed together. So I think that two-tone one was a custom paint job on it. I do think it made it look better, don't get me wrong. But it was just a custom paint job.
hobby, everything about it was completely different. There wasn't as much of a presence in just day-to-day stuff. You know, you didn't...
This guy's voice reminds me of... what's his name? That YouTuber who explains stuff on YouTube. You know, that one YouTuber who explains things and sounds like he's trying to be super smart. That guy reminds me of him.
meet shooters a lot. You kind of met them at the gun store or the range. That was about it. It wasn't as kind of open as it is now. You have all these resources like YouTube and all these different forums, all these ways to connect with other shooters and kind of share the hobby and advance it. You didn't have those back in the day. Instead, what you had was like a dude in Rhodesian camo hanging out in the bed of his Ford Bronco, you know, behind the gun.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down? I do know how little that narrows it down. His voice sounds like kind of like this guy though. There you go.
Gun shop or something, just sitting there going through his chew, asking if anyone wanted to do like an elk hunt that weekend or something. Like, I don't know. You didn't have the same resources you do today. And so you kind of had products like these a lot more often than you do now. Not to say that there isn't like garbage floating around here and there, but I think we're pretty good at policing out, thanks to stuff like these channels. We're pretty good at policing out the flotsam before it really gets out there and embeds itself in the culture. Yeah, there are a couple things like the Diamondbacks that I was about to say UTAS, but I hear they're getting their act together. Some of those things may stick around for a bit, but by and large,
stopped making all the exciting stuff.
Every firearm you pick up off the shelf is gonna work 90% of the time, I want to say. We have had a lot of lemons this year to the point where I kept saying we need to do a summertime fails event. I thought that would have been fun, but he wasn't really on board with it. I don't know how long the joke would have been able to last. We had 3 or 4 different pistols and rifles that had just continually
All right.
anti-smoking.
This is a
and
half-hour
Gatorade
video.
advertisements and some panties with them. You're like, oh, cool, and you send away. Same thing happened with this. You'd open up an issue of Shotgun News or something, and you'd be able to see this thing. It would say advanced and futuristic, and it adds everything that the advanced new bullpup system gives to your
Oh, hold on. We got the advertisement here.
14. Whatever.
The new Muzzlite Bullpup stock creates a compact 26.5 inch long. There you go. Here's your answer. That's the length. That's... Oh no, that's the pistol caliber one. So the... Yeah, I don't know for the Mini 14 one then. Drop-in unit for popular carbines, including the Ruger Mini 14 and 1022. They might be the same length. Don't know. Along with Marlin's 9mm and 45 ACP camp carbines. Modeled of copolymer nylon. The stocks are flat black in color and include a scope mount and sling. Ruger stocks carry a suggested retail of $84.25, while Marlin go for $108.35. Contact your dealer or write Muzzlelight Corp. Department, Georgia, P.O. Box 100, Junction City. You just mail it in. I am glad no one has to do that anymore.
Whatever other market copy they had. I'm sure it was all super impressive, when in reality, it really was such a letdown. So a rundown of just the most bare bones things, because I don't want to do like a full-on thorough review. I'm not going to take this and throw it out in the mud or drag.
You're not going to do a full-on thorough review. There's still half an hour left of your video. What are you doing if it's not a thorough review? Oh, we're comparing it to
But
Kel-Tec.
not as bad as you would expect. Back to the beginning, because this is a sign of how much our world don't get blown out. If you had said stuff like this was going to be available by the time I was in my mid-20s, I wouldn't have believed it, really. You know, in a time of, you know, the assault weapons ban and everything going through, we didn't think that things would ever really get better. We only thought they would get worse.
What is the scope on this? It's like a medium power scope.
To see the kind of, you know, Muzzlelight fixes every problem with your gun toolkit system in the back of freaking Shotgun News, dude, that was as good as it was going to get. And then you get it and you're super underwhelmed. I never thought that we'd be able to buy a turnkey bullpup that took standard GI mags, that has like a pretty good trigger, that's ergonomically sound, that's super expandable. It doesn't take like proprietary rings or anything insane. You know, all off the shelf for a fairly affordable price. And I know whenever I say affordable, people, you know, what? That's insane. It's almost, you know, $1,500, $1,900 on Gunbroker.
I don't think Kel-Tec RDBs were ever $1,900. I don't think that ever happened.
Yeah, I think you're getting a lot of R&D.
I know what I got,
made
boy.
in America for a price that's not totally insane.
Kel-Tec.
These things are, you know, built stateside. Meanwhile, you have hipsters buying $500 pairs of boots because they're made in America.
Like, that's not how you use turnkey. And when I use turnkey, it's because I have turned a key, like in a lock. That's not part of my vocabulary at all. I feel like it's I don't know if it's outdated or just like, maybe it's a regional phrase. I don't know, I never hear it.
Because they're made with, you know, it's a good Chromexel cut of leather. I think comparatively, some of these rifles can be a pretty sweet deal for what you're getting. I know people seeing the RFB went, that's ridiculous. I just thought it was, you know, it's a cool looking new production type.
I found it. I found the problem. He thinks this is an RFB. Those at one point were $1,900. This, however, is an RDB. Ugh. Come on, guy. It's your channel. You've got the gun right there.
Type of thing. And it shows you how far we've come, dude. Look at how expandable that is. Look at how
Just built, supplied, or installed, complete and ready to operate. It is how you use turnkey. Still sounds weird.
how ergonomically sound it is in comparison. You can change stuff. You can, add a riser to it if you want to. You can really make it yours. The older system couldn't really do that at all. I mean, I just turned it into a fixed mag system because I...
What does that say? Turret. Why does he have a sticker that says turret on his scope?
I don't think I'm ever getting that mag out of it again. Compared to this thing, this is actually a RAL 8000 color, I think. I did that and Nutton absolutely hates it. He thinks it's too mustardy. So if you want to take a couple RAL mags off my hands, you let me know, because I don't want to have to refinish
Are you
them.
giving them away for free? I'll take them.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy to live in this time when you can get these opinions and you can have all... It's just a little bit... But they'll someday become valuable. Because this thing was in so many 80s movies. So many,
Will someday become valuable. Some things don't become valuable someday. That's just how it is. Like, not everything can become valuable someday. Makes you one of the people who puts label maker on his label maker. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
cheesy TV pilots of, buff action dudes taking on unscrupulous Miami Coke
Oh my goodness.
buff action dudes taking on...
This guy has a scope on a riser on that raised carry handle. Crazy.
unscrupulous Miami Coke dealers, and they would always carry this thing. Now, if you wonder, I think, let me see if I can pull some movies off the top of my head. I know the one that always comes to mind is Terminator 2. All of the future war, TechCom soldiers are carrying this thing. Some of them have, giant optics on the front. For whatever reason, it fires a pretty wimpy sounding laser. So that's pretty cool. Weapon of the Resistance. And they didn't really mod too much for that.
Batman.
And Starship Troopers. They used this base and then added that
Did they?
gaudy...
I mean, I can use it as a base. I don't think so. I can see where you can say they made they took inspiration from it, maybe. But they didn't use it as a base. The lines are all going different. It's very different. It wasn't used as the base. It took inspiration. I can see that. I can see that pretty easily. But that wasn't used as the base. They did? The grip is the same?
front end giant rifle.
Is it? But the port here is way bigger. If they used it as a base, they did a lot of work to it. Got different lines back here around the mag well. Comes kind of up at an angle there. The rear of the carry handle? Maybe. But if they use this as a base, they did a lot of work on it. Completely cutting off the carry handle. Like did they fill in the vent hole? If they use this as a base, they may as well have just made it from scratch with how much work they did to it.
Thing, and they underslung little airsoft shotgun and all that. It's based
Oh yeah, I can see the grip
shotgun and all
though.
that.
It's even got the screw right there. Right in the middle of the grip.
It's based at its base, it's still
Maybe. Ridiculous amount of work to do on it though. They took the muzzle stock and used the trigger linkage and grip. Custom made the rest. I mean, everything from like here forwards was custom made 100%. Like even coming back here, like this, the ejection port looks way different. Like it looks like it's got like a brass deflector on the back. It looks like it comes up higher. It's they filled in one of the vent holes here.
little
I don't know.
airsoft shotgun and all that.
I can definitely
It is
see
basic.
how it could be made into that, but that seems like more work than it would be worth.
Still a Mini 14. You can always see, even in that movie, you see like the double shell. You see it, this thing has a shell, and then you see like all the Mini 14 internals.
Although I guess this was a time before like 3D printing and as much customization was as easily available, so maybe not.
It's just pretty funny. But it did end up looking pretty cool. So this really had a reputation in the 90s as being the go-to futuristic gun for prop armors because the Mini 14 runs blanks just like a fat kid going through cake. It's awesome. Like, it'll just eat.
What? It eats blank like a fat kid going through cake? It is a crazy sentence.
Eat them, no problems, no stovepipes, no issues, and you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about a scene being ruined where you have like $100,000 of pyrotechnics going off. You have actors that only have so many days on their contract. All this stuff, and it can be undone by a single cheesy gun not feeding blanks and stovepiping at the worst moment.
Yeah, they've got two of them. Little Uzi and something else.
Possible. All of that is, that risk is kind of alleviated by going to a reliable system like the Mini 14. Total Recall, that was another one. I think Schwarzenegger uses it. It's a little bit modded, but it did. It had that futuristic look, and it passed for being more advanced than it was. Like you kind of paint it. Robotech 3. First episode of Firefly, I remember seeing it too and going, oh, that's weird. It's a bizarro choice. So I'm sure there's still a ton left in armories out there. But I think by and large, even though it's still pretty much available and it's been modernized, even though I still don't totally count that, because it just doesn't enhance it enough. I think if you were to do this, you could do it kind of the right way. You'd have to really modernize it and do a better mold. Again, I'm pretty sure this is limited
Cursed
by the technology.
Ads. Not the ads. That's right.
Give the time. I don't think these
I don't think
will
he's talking about
really
anything
be
particularly
around
important
too
right
much.
now.
If you look at stuff from 120 years ago, from 100 years ago, all these little things like this, the not successful firearms, the things that people thought were everywhere, ended up being more valuable because people didn't hang on to them. Not to say I would definitely invest this, but if you find one at a gun show for $20, grab it and throw it in the attic or something. It could be fun someday and just be like, yeah, it was one of those things. It was kind of a prop gun. I'm not going to say now it's definitely worth money. I will say if you bought it as your prime.
So when did these come out? In like the 80s? Maybe 70s, 80s? So in the year 2100. The year 2100. are these going to be worth anything? In the year 2100, is this polymer going to still be able to hold up to the pressures of having a gun inside? Or is the polymer going to become too brittle? I don't know. Will random products from the advent of mass-produced polymer be valuable in the year 2100? I don't think so. Like this, it's an interesting thought.
Primary. I'm going to say now it's definitely worth money. I will say if you bought it as your primary anything other than like primary clown range gun, I don't know. Like if you wanted to go to the range and you wanted to act like you're just some dumbass, you're like, oh, I can't hit anything.
Chamber
this is what I would use to kind of
for
complete
future
the getup.
generations.
Maybe put like a giant flashlight on it, or like a
Yeah,
magnifier.
that's what you would have to do.
But no actual optic,
It's
just
like,
the
the
magnifier on the
polymer
front, and act like I knew what I was
doesn't
doing.
last forever.
And then whenever you're
It
about
becomes
to shoot,
brittle,
you always have
it
to like
becomes
do the
fragile.
little pop thing and pop it up. I don't know. Just I don't even know how that prank would go. You show up with this,
Like,
you
especially
don't shoot well,
like a
and then you
cheap
borrow someone else's,
molded
and then you shoot well.
kind of
I don't
polymer
know.
like
I'm trying
that.
to figure out how you could ever put this thing to use in a way that wouldn't be absolutely dumb. Dude,
Gutenberg
I mean,
Bibles
it's
are
just bad.
collectible?
And maybe the worst thing about it is that it functions.
I don't know if I'd put this on the same level as a Bible.
Enough of the time, thanks to the Mini 14, that it still
they are also still, you can still buy these. The things that have value from 120 years ago are the things that, one, were made sturdy enough to last that long, and two, were things that either were revolutionary as a design concept, or were just like super strange, like niche developmental stuff. And this is neither of those. Like, this is like going to the dollar store in 2001 and buying an action figure and saying that it'll be valuable in the year 2120. It's probably not going to be. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it.
leaves you with some hope. So I'm sure people out there had bought this, put it together, were trying to use it on the range, and it was, I don't know, it's something, and they're tweaking it instead of getting rid of it altogether. I don't know, it's getting a little more accurate. I tried shimming it out. You know, I'm just going to keep holding on to it. Then they kept losing money on it. Just don't, man. Abandon hope for the muzzle light. Pitch it and move on. Get something else. Get anything else. Even to the guys that are sitting there going, no, the RFB, man, that thing's a piece of shit. It's never going to work. I haven't had the same experience. It just like every other system, it has its own shortcomings. It's still better than this, man.
Like those Wicked dolls that link to a porn site? Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, like that. In 120 years, Not gonna be worth anything. Like it, I don't, just because something is old, it doesn't mean that it is worth something. There's a lot of old stuff that isn't worth anything. I don't know. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of old stuff that's cool. Still isn't worth anything. But just because something is old and has survived that long doesn't mean that it's worth something.
2000 better than this. The P90 better than this. The Desert Tech, no idea, haven't shot it yet. What's the other one? I'm missing one. The M17, I have been trying to get a Bushmaster 17 forever. The new manufacturer ones are looking really, really cool.
Wait,
especially
7 years ago?
Use as many stock AR parts as they've been
like,
saying.
Good luck.
All right, that's a
But
fun one.
7 years
I
ago,
do have
maybe.
a couple new goodies on the table. I figured I'd fill it up. If you ever wonder why we have stuff in the corners, it's so
I don't know. Now I'm stuck thinking about it. Stuck. I hate that I'm stuck on that so much. Would would it be worth something in 120 years? I don't think so. Did K&M stop selling the M17? I don't think anyone sells it anymore. Oh no. It says on their website, production is in full swing and we are currently taking orders. I guess they are. They've got a horrible website. How much do they cost now? There's no price on here. Price and projected delivery dates. Placed today, updated on order page. $2,100. $18.99 for the cheapest one. 17.5-inch barrel. Yeah. $18.99. Interesting. I didn't think they were still making these. I haven't heard anything about these in a long time. Not great, not terrible. Is this one of those companies like Calico? Where it's like, yeah, we're still making them. All suppressors act differently. Your suppressor is not guaranteed to work with this rifle. It may cause cycling issues that are out of our control. The price. $18.99. Wow, that seems a little much for this. Like, what makes this worth twice as much as an RDB? Like, there's a lot of bullpups on the market now. Like, why would I buy this for twice as much as an RDB? Or for like the same price as a Desert Tech on sale? A little less than a Desert Tech on sale. Not a lot. Like, I don't know. What's the sale point here? Not that one. Gross. It looks like it's got, is that a crossbolt safety above the trigger? Omex VHS X95 AUG with 2 times the RDB. I don't think the VHS is twice as much. Isn't the VHS like 13? I guess it is twice as much, isn't it? RDB is super cheap right now. The AUG you can say just purely because of the pop culture references. The original Bushmasters look cooler. The originals usually look cooler. Bushmaster needs to bring back the cool stuff. Like the ACR specifically. As much as I love my XCR, I still want the ACR. Even though the XCR is better in just about every fathomable way. Lowest you've seen on VHS is 1575. How much did I pay for mine? It wasn't that much. How much did I pay for mine? Oh, no, I have to know. I have to look it up. I don't remember. I guess I got mine on a sale, but when I got mine, it was only 13, which apparently is just the best sale ever. It was a very good sale. So that's kind of what's been like stuck in my head with them. The VHS, it does shoot nicer than the RDB. I don't know why, but it does. The RDB trigger is nicer though. You love funky carry handle charger? What? You can carry handle that one if you have really skinny fingers. You just gotta, yeah, you can carry handle that. Great sale. When you picked up your Set Miel for sub $1,000. I want a Set Miel for sub $1,000. How much are those going for now? The Marcolmar, I assume. $13. LC is 2,000 sold out. LV 2,000 not sold out. I would like one of these at some point. In green, of course. Gray would be okay too. No rail, standard barrel. I would do no rail. Ooh, yeah, no rail. Green furniture. Ooh, green and black is a vibe though. But something like that. That looks good. Marcolmar. Posted the link in Discord back when it was on sale. I think I saw it back then. But also if I jump on every sale, then I would have less than no money, unfortunately. And I do keep a pretty strict budget, sadly. I do need to get a set me at some point. UKM? Oh. Oh. I want a UKM. Parts. Markelmar semi-auto UKM? When? There's so much stuff I want. And I can't have all of it instantly, unfortunately. Jig bending rental. Rent it for $300. Receiver flat not included. Thank you. Deposit of $300. Mail you the jig. So you get it. Bend flat. Package it up, send it back. $50 a month. If you get it back within 2 weeks, rebate you $20. It only costs you okay. So the $300 is just the deposit. And $50 for the month. But if you get it back fast, they'll refund you the deposit. It only costs $30 for the rental. That's not bad. That's not bad. When? Like 10 years ago. The Setmies? There was someone who posted they were on sale like a couple months ago. Maybe it was up to like 8 months ago. A couple months ago was this year sometime. In the last year or so, these were on sale. UKMs? Oh. Sad. I wish my guntism had fully developed by then. And unfortunately had not. I was a late blooming guntist. There we go. That one right there. No, I don't want to join your email list. The Markelmar UKM. Very neat. 7.62 by 54. I'll be honest, even if I had one of these, I could afford to shoot it like once every other year. 7.62 by 54 is so expensive. UKVZ, sexiest GMPG, because it is belt-fed Bren gun. They're very cool.
Hey guys, thanks for coming on the show again. Today we continue our look at...
What is this, TFB? That's not the right guy.
UKM, a modernized version of the UK59 series of Czech machine guns, except here made for the semi-automatic civilian market. Remember to check out Proxibid. They're a firearms auction website. They might have a UKM for sale on
James
there,
Reeves?
but I don't know. Give it a try. Hope you guys enjoy.
Isn't
The
the right
experience that
guy.
we had in building the UK59.
Anyone want to lift some fingerprints off of those right there? Atlantic has Railless set me LC for 1,200. Maybe there'll be a discount between now and Christmas. Yeah, I'm gonna have to collect all the different like deals and whatnot to determine which is the best, and I gotta get something. I've had the itch to get something new for like months. Because hold on, when's the last time I bought a gun? The last time I bought a gun was in August. That's like 4 whole months. It was early August. Did I math that right? August, September, October, November. Yes. Ish. It's close. It's been too long. I'm gonna start going to withdrawals here pretty soon.
It's a great weapon system, fantastic in semi for the shooter and collector, just like our semi-auto PKMs were. However, both systems have their own little shortcomings and their idiosyncrasies that we really wanted to address. And since we weren't...
Did Savage already changed their logo 7 years ago? I thought the Savage logo change was like in the last few years. The old Savage logo was way cooler. Like I get it was I understand how it could be seen as a little racist. But it looks cooler as a logo. It just didn't match well with the name Savage.
that we really wanted to address. And since we weren't able to build PKMs due to the
Original
availability
UK
of parts,
VC59
all
was
going to
perfect.
Africa and the Middle East right now, we set about developing the best of both worlds on a single system. And that's what developed into the UKM. The first thing that we do
Last purchase was this at me.
is
I
unlike
think that was in
the sheet
June.
metal receiver of the PKM. And if you're into weapons, if you're into guns, you know that countries build sheet metal receivered guns for...
It's too long. You gotta get another one. you need to get something else. I don't know what to tell you. It's it's been too long. I mean, I have bought a lot of guns in the last 2 years. Last year was really bad. Oh my goodness, how many guns did I buy last year? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I bought 19 guns last year. So not buying a gun since August is crazy for me specifically. How did I buy 19 guns last year? How did I afford that? What kind of... I guess I have sold some, unfortunately. What kind of garbage was I buying last year that I could afford that? Good question. I can look into that later, not on stream. Savage actually got permission from a Native American group to use their likeness in their logo? Oh yeah. That's the same with most of the company, not all. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to put a blanket statement on all. That's how most of the companies and organizations that have like been canceled for their logo are. Like Savage, the Washington Redskins in football, the Miss Butterworths, the Land O'Lakes. Those are both food. Like they all used someone's likeness with permission as like an honorary like, that's not quite the right word. It is a good thing. Like, and now everyone's being canceled. It's dumb. It's stupid. People are dumb. Bring back the good logos.
For two reasons: speed of build and cost. The life cycle on a sheet metal receiver gun is limited. As it's shot, the sheet metal will bend, it will warp. If you see any high-speed photography of any sheet metal gun, you see a lot of flex and a lot of movement. And eventually you'll get cracking around your rivet holes, you'll get cracking in the receiver, and
sheet metal looks so
it'll
good.
eventually stretch and fail. The UK59, however, just like the Czechs, and our UKM utilizes a milled receiver. And we start with a 40-pound block of steel, spends 8.5 hours in our CNC machines, and it comes out a 4-pound receiver, dimensioned exactly as the original
The stamped
did.
ones look
and the
so much
original
cooler,
receivers
though.
were literally rated to 5 million rounds of fire.
Wasn't Miss Butterworth the likeness of an older Scandinavian woman? Was it? Am I thinking of the wrong brand? I'm thinking of the wrong brand. Who am I thinking of? I can't remember. I can't remember. Aunt Jemima, that's it. That's it. I got the right product. Wrong brand. It's the syrup. Aunt Jemima. That's the one. That's the one I was trying to think of. You are correct. That is the one though.
So that means a milled constructed gun is much more robust, will last a lot longer for your investment. The second thing that we did was, unlike the UK59, which has the bipod on the barrel, just like our M60 did, which means when you take that barrel off, the bipod goes with it, we changed that. On the
Why
UKM,
would you change
we
that?
added forward Picatinny rails, left, right, and bottom.
Ew.
We take the bipod
Ew.
and installs that easy. And then when you install a barrel, it's very quick.
But now your bipod's not even in the right spot. No. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Bipod's supposed to be at the end of the barrel. Don't do that.
And the gun can remain on the bipod in firing position instead of basically messing everything up when you're firing the gun. Makes barrel changes.
I mean, like, having the bipod not leave with the barrel. Yes. It's more useful. Putting the bipod on the receiver's base, Brenfield. Using faked rail to attach it is cringe. But if you're recreating a historical gun, recreate the historical gun. Don't create a new gun. Like, don't. If you want to make a new gun, fine. Want to make a new gun, say it brought inspiration from this other gun. Okay. Saying that you're remaking the thing and then making... gross.
Just much quicker as well. The other thing that we did is on the barrel itself, we added our own design, which is a self-adjusting gas system, which instead of having to worry about multi-positions on the 5.9 or the PKM,
reproduction
this
model
will automatically
modernized
adjust
model?
to the
You're fine.
ammunition
Okay.
that you're firing.
Okay.
So you never have to worry.
As long as they had both, then it's okay. But you have to have both.
Worry about that. and you never have to worry about the gas adjusting plug rusting inside the gas port. Whenever you're shooting corrosive ammunition, which the vast majority, we encourage the shooting of corrosive ammunition.
That's something you don't hear often.
In our guns. It's what they're made for. But whenever you're doing that, the gas system takes a pounding from the corrosive salts. And these, if you've ever messed with or shot post-sample guns, they're notorious for rusting in place. And
I guess this one over here is going to be the reproduction. The modernized one's a little cringe, though.
You've got to break them loose and maintain them. On the UKM, we created our own synthetic nylon stocks. So unlike the UK59, which has wood, or the PKM, which has wood and some resin, we actually used modern materials. They're basically not impacted by your environmental condition whatsoever.
Using
added a Magpul
a polymer just seems like a cost
recoil
saving.
Pad on the back. And that's not only on the
like, you can say all you want by how it's not affected by your environment or whatever. But using polymer is just a cost saving measure.
buttstock, but also on the pistol grip and on your barrel handle.
Type simultaneously. When you correct it, you accidentally clicked add to dictionary. So now this mistake will haunt you. Simultaneously. I think I read it right anyways. Simultaneously.
So that was added. In addition, things that we like about the UKM versus the other two systems is that if you want to add an optic to the PKM or the UK59, unless you're finding an optic from the Czech Republic, this...
Ew. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be. But it is quite jarring to look at that. Alright. Okay. There's the good one. I do like the I don't know how you were able to find it, but I like that Atlantic Firearms keeps like every product they've ever sold just like in their website database. Very cool though. This is the one to get. 10 years ago or so.
Standard scope that goes on it, which are very expensive, or you want to buy a really weird aftermarket rail system, it takes a lot to add optics, especially if you want to go out and put your aim point or your EOTech on one of these. The UKM comes out of the box with that capability. We have a Magpul flip up and flip down sight.
Oh, that looks weird on that gun.
Picatinny rails right where you need them, and they're also the sights. Our front sight is custom made as well, open top, so you can get a lot of light on your front sight blade. But they're also to the same height as an AR-15, so any standard AR-15 optic will cover.
This might be weird, but I don't want a lot of light on my front sight blade if possible. Because just like a sharp black for the front sight blade is going to pop quite a bit more against whatever background you're looking at than something that's some shade of gray because it's lit up right. That's just personal preference.
Co-witness when you put it on the rear Picatinny rail. Everybody knows that PKM part sets have gone through the roof.
New inventory arriving
What the Czechs always
soon.
wanted to do was to have a gun.
Wait, was the Notify still there? It is. Oh. We can get shared on Twitter. On X. So who's signing up for email notifications for it?
That was easily maintained in the field. So if you need to fix your feed pawl on a PK system, it's riveted into the gun, it's got to be drilled, it's got to be pressed out. You've got to find one out of a part set that right now is running $5,000 to $6,000. The our UKM utilizes the vast majority of the feed system from the standard UK59. So if you're in the field and you break a feed pawl, it's single one pin out, pull your feed pawl off. Maybe you got to dress it. Maybe you got to put a new one in. But it's very simple, easy to fix. Put it right back in the receiver. Put the pin in. And you're back in business. And all of these paws are just like that. If you need to, this is a holding paw, belt holding paw. It adds tension to the belt. All you've got to do is drive that little pin out, comes off with the spring. In your feed tray, a tensioner and a holding paw, easily removed and maintained in the field. Drive the cotter pin out, drive it out with the spring, put your new part in, and go. Right now, you can buy a complete UK59 part set somewhere south of $1,000. You can buy 6 complete part sets or more versus the price of one PK part set, and you'd have enough parts to maintain this gun for generations to come. We also kept the barrel change capability of the UK59 on the UKM. So much faster.
Full extra.
All you do on the UK59 or our UKM, pop the top cover, move it into the left position, pull the barrel out. On the PK system, you have to pop the top cover. You have to pull up on the feed tray. You've got to manipulate this lever in order to pull the barrel out. We also, instead of retaining the original cone-shaped, in order to pull the barrel on the feed tray, you've got to manipulate.
That lever's going to get so hot. That never occurred to me before. That lever right there, if you're doing the barrel swap on this, it's going to be so hot. That is not something you want to just touch with your finger.
This lever in order to pull the barrel out. We also, instead of retaining the original cone-shaped flash hider of the UK59, we actually copied the UK or VZ68, which is the UK59 that the Czechs still use to this day.
Asbestos gloves.
Only in 308. Once they joined NATO,
time period
we actually
correct.
copied that flash hider. Looks very reminiscent of the Russian-style PK flash hider, and so that comes on the UKM as well.
I like the flared trumpet flash hider.
The UK59 belt.
Those are fun.
That belt is incredibly robust. We've shipped over 200 UK59s all over the United States. We torture tested our original prototypes with 50,000 rounds of ammo, and each gun that we've delivered has at least shot 100 rounds, and we've shot them all from the same 6 belts, and they continue to just soldier on through all of that abuse. The neat thing about this is our receiver and the overall gun can be a lot shorter when it's totally put together, because unlike a rear withdrawing belt that the PK uses, it comes in, this snaps over the rim of the cartridge, pulls it backwards and drops it down. The UK59 utilizes a push-through belt on a rimmed cartridge, so the feed ramp is literally built into the belt itself. And the UKM, just like the UK59, accepts the 50-round assault can.
Even if they open top the front sight, so they wouldn't need
right on the side,
to use a taller piece of metal.
Bring it out to load, and
for the
you're
taller
ready to
front
go.
Post.
One of the really neat things about the UK59, and I'm sure we'll see it when you'll see it when you shoot, is the Czechs retain this pistol grip cocking feature.
Oh, yeah, that could be it, actually. Because if you're machining this whole piece out of one piece of steel, I could see how that could be. And they're just like, yeah, yeah, of course it's meant to be like that. It's not because we ordered pieces of steel that were half a centimeter too short.
I don't know of it on any other gun, but what ones the Czechs have made. The Czech military wants the gunner to keep their face on the stock and their fire control hand on the firearm. So at all times, they want the gunner to stay in this position and to continue with eyes on the target. So in order to charge the firearm, all they do is release the pistol grip, move it forward, it catches on the bolt, pull it back, and the gun is now cocked and ready to fire.
That.
We're going to
It's
deliver
so
about
cool.
250 UK 5.9 that looks like the original military, but we're only running 90 of the UKM. So it's going to be extremely limited
Someone
in
needs
production.
to bring back the
It's really for those guys who
the
missed
weird
out on
pump
buying one of our
pistol grip.
semi-PKMs, but really want the modern conveniences and modern features
I
that
think
a
we're missing out.
up-to-date weapon system can offer.
TFB TV has come a long way in terms of making entertaining content. Don't get me wrong, that was very educational content. But their current content is much more entertaining. Has Atlantic started any Black Friday deals? Wait. So Black Friday, Atlantic Firearms on sale this week page is full of stuff that's not price dropped. Like, this is all just full price stuff. Out of stock anyways. Why? Is it supposed to be like that? Is it broken? The other pages look like they have stuff. Ooh, K11, 479. PTR 91. Hog, no price. Zenith ZF56 already got a price drop. That's not a great sign. The Zenith ZF56 already got a price drop so much you have to add it to cart to see how much it is. Oh no. How much is it? Oh. 1912. Not that big of a price drop. How much is the ZF56 on that website? Not Zenith watches. Can you believe no one is buying them? I can. Okay. MSRP on the Zenith is $23.75. That's more than $400 lower than MSRP. Ooh. I mean, I definitely can believe that people are not buying them. I think they're horrible and not useful for anything. But I still kind of wanted them to do well, honestly. Like, I kind of hoped that there was a market out there somewhere that I didn't know about that they were trying to tap into. But, man. Because I like and I want to encourage people innovating and making new stuff. And the ZF56 is innovation, as much as I think it's weird and odd. I don't want to like discourage the innovation. So I wanted it to not just tank. Like maybe not be like the next new hot thing, because I don't actually like it. But I wanted it to do well enough that people would be like, huh, maybe we should try some new things too. Well, guess not. Sorry, Zenith. Reviews? No reviews? Not a single person has reviewed this on their website. Oof. Oof. Man. $460 below MSRP already for a product that's still new. It is. Wow. I feel bad for them. I genuinely feel bad for them. I mean, like, I'm not surprised, don't get me wrong. But oof. One of the benefits of the roller delay system is that without the need for a gas system, you can make the gun more slim. These are chunky guns. I've not held one, so I don't know how it feels. But they're chunky. There was, where was it? There was a post I saw from Zenith about the chunkiness of their gun. Oh, let's see if I can find it. There it is. There it is. All right.
And this is a gun that's
Anything semi-auto fit 5.56 rifle over 1500, and you're pricing yourself out of the market unless it's something iconic. Okay, so it has to be something either super iconic or revolutionary. Like there has to be something that sets you apart from everybody else. The problem is Zenith, they're not going to be super iconic because they're making a new platform. And they're not being revolutionary. Like it's a new idea, but it's not a revolutionary idea that's going to stand out like that. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh, ads. Ads, not ads. We can do gun ASMR. 22 pistol ASMR while the ads are going. Budget 22 pistol ASMR. Budget ASMR. Not really budget 22 pistol. Alright, well, we're putting a pause on while the ads are going. I didn't see the ads were about to start. I would have snoozed them, because I can do that now. Alright. Ads almost done. We did hit a follower. What was it? Oh, we hit 375 followers. Interesting number to be a Twitch milestone, but all right. I got a notification about it. So, much thanks. Much appreciated. Share the stream with your friends, your social medias. Best way to help me grow is to share the stream. Back from ads? Welcome back from the ads. As I was saying, you have to be either iconic or revolutionary. This is neither. So, Gun takes AR mags. That was one of their big things. Everything takes AR mags. That's not a new thing. And roller delay 556 already exists. Like, there are already roller delay 556s. And so they took two things, neither of which was revolutionary by themselves, and mushed them together and was like, yes, now it will be revolutionary. And it wasn't. Which is unfortunate for them. But here is from Zenith.
We have actually my favorite feature about the ZF56, which is the handguard. We have actually my favorite feature about the ZF56, which is
Favorite feature about the Zenith ZF56 is the handguard.
I have really big hands, and this is a gun that's definitely designed for people with man-sized hands.
This is a gun designed for man hands.
I like big, beefy handguards. It is tall to make room for this cocking system.
The fastest growing group inside the firearms purchasing sphere is women. And they made a gun designed for man hands.
It reminds me a lot of like an MCX Virtus, a SCAR, an ACR.
Bro looks like he was made in a vat to promote
It's a little bit bigger than my Hodge P-Lock rail. So if you like the way any of those handguards I just named feel, or if you like SD handguards, you're going to really like the feel of this handguard. I like this, which is the handguard. I have really big hands, and this is a gun that's definitely designed for people with man-sized hands.
I think they should have leaned into the man hand gun. This gun is designed for people with man hands. Are you a manly man with manly man hands? The ZF56 might be for you.
I like big, beefy handguards.
Oh, with your big, beefy hands. Try the Zenith ZF56. It's, no. It's just, I don't... Questionable design choices. Questionable design choices. I don't trust this statistic. Just like the majority of gamers are women. Statistic based on Candy Crush. So that statistic is not big beefy hand guards. So that statistic is the fastest growing demographic. Not the largest demographic. The fastest growing demographic. Like by percent differences. the males are more likely to be into guns than women. It's fact. Women, however, are the fastest growing. So when there's a growing amount of people getting into something, obviously they're getting into it, they're going to be buying into it. So every woman who's getting into guns is going to be buying at least one gun. Most of them are going to be buying just one gun. Some of them are going to be buying a few guns. A lot of the men who are already part of that statistic, well, it may sound strange to somebody like me, aren't buying a whole bunch of guns every year. A lot of the people who own guns, like, have a few guns that they use for hunting, self-defense, going to the range, and those are their few guns. So they're not buying as many guns. But there's a lot of guns coming out that are specifically marketed towards the growing population of women in firearms, right? And so those guns are actually doing surprisingly well. Which I have mixed feelings of, because they're usually bright colors. So like, fastest growing demographic of 40,000 is women. 40K went from 1 woman to 2, 100% increase. Yeah, like that. Except it's not going from 1 to 2. But yeah, that's simplified, yes. But when someone is getting into something new, they need the equipment in order to get into the something new. Makes sense. With all the man-made horrors being recorded online, people are more likely to want to arm themselves. Women are culturally not as present in the gun community, so when more people want to buy a gun from all demographics, women are presented more and more. It's true. Women also look for different things in a gun. So like, I've worked in a gun shop for 4 years. Women buy much different guns than men. And part of that has to do with the guidance they're given. But women are way more likely to buy a colorful gun, or they're more likely to buy a gun because it's cute. Stuff like that. So they're buying into the same market, but it's a different sub-market of guns. Like, there have been a lot of guns that have succeeded in no small part due to the marketing towards the female firearms owner, because it is such a growing demographic of firearms owners. The one that comes to mind is the Smith & Wesson EZ series. The Smith & Wesson EZ and Equalizers. Because they marketed it as the slide is easy to move back. It's a super easy to manipulate slide for women and people with weaker hands. And it is a super easy to actuate slide. But that was a wildly successful advertisement campaign. Like, if they took the Smith & Wesson EZ and marketed it to the largest firearm demographic, which is men, it would have failed. Because men don't have as much of a problem getting the slide back on a gun. That's a problem that a lot of women have. And so that marketing specifically towards the growing, not majority, definitely not majority, the growing demographic of female gun owners, very successful. I've got the perfect thing. Slaps hot pink rock riffer AR. Things like that too. Yeah, things like the purple Ruger and the blue Kimbers and stuff like that. Definitely that kind of stuff as well. You see your Smith & Wesson Easy. You raise the Walther PDPF. Another fantastic example. The PDP female. Designed for people, women with smaller hands, and gotcha. So like specifically marketing things towards the people who are going to be getting into it works really well. just saying. So making your extra manly man hand Zenith when everyone else is kind of leaning towards market towards women is not I don't know about that. It's a questionable tactic. It's a questionable gun to start with. You can tell because it's over $450 under MSRP and it's just released basically. You love your Easy? Yeah, my mom has an Easy. My dad, not as gun autistic as I am. Pretty high bar. But my dad has always been into guns. He's not always been into guns. He's been into guns for a long time. But my mom has never really gone out to shoot with him until my dad got one of the Smith & Wesson Easies. And then he took her out to shoot, and she was able to manipulate the gun and do all that stuff that she wasn't able to do with his other guns. So it's a market. It's a booming market. This will put some hair in your chest. Hands 1911 to 150-pound woman. 150? My mother's like 85 pounds soaking wet. she's a very small lady. Yeah, I mean, it's stuff like that. And there has been a lot of that in the past. There's a lot of videos on the internet of people handing guns that are way too big to women who are way too small for the gun. And you might make a haha funny video of someone shooting that gun. You don't know the average weight these days? I don't know average weight. Average weight is, I think, skewed by people who used to be outliers, but now are far all too common. Fitness is important, guys. But yeah, women do tend to be smaller. This is biological fact. So smaller people, don't give your smaller people giant guns. It's just gonna turn them off. It's gonna turn them off from the hobby. And they're gonna be against it for your 30-second haha funny video. Now you've turned someone off of it forever. Don't do it. Fatties, one of us. No, you gotta be able to run 24 miles for when the Boogaloo takes off, and we're in Civil War 2, and I do think the exercise and fitness and stuff is important, but some people take it too far. Yeah, do exercise sometimes. Eat healthy, eat your vegetables. Now I sound like a parent. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Alright. I do think what time? Almost 9? do think it's probably about time to end stream. I think we're getting to that time, implying you're not taking the raid team, an entire neighborhood, with me with Tannerite. I mean, that is a very I was gonna say useful. That doesn't seem like quite the right word for it. Effective. A very effective plan. Potentially effective plan. I personally would prefer to live another day. See if I can put something here, run over there, and then make big explosion here from way over there. Much preferable. Effective? No. Flashy and memorable? Yes. If you're not going to be effective, you may as well be flashy and memorable so that you have potential to be a martyr. Because every cause needs martyrs. Alright. Before this conversation devolves way too far, we are going to raid out. So let us see who we can raid. Who is online? Gotcha's online. Tundra is online. So many people online. Let's see. What other firearms tubers are there? Gotcha. Tundra. Some people I've not heard of. Mr. Jim is. Oh, is Mr. Jim is on? Funny purple 3D printer man. I don't see him in my list. I know I'm following him. Am I being gaslit? Oh no, there he is, right there. right there next to right next to everybody else. I am in fact blind. Gaddy. So I think we're gonna raid Mr. Jimiz, the purple 3D printer man. We raided Gotcha pretty recently, I think. I should keep a list of the people I've raided, so I don't. Otherwise, I overthink whether or not I've raided them too recently. Trying to gaslight you. Maybe it's possible. We are going to raid Mr. James. He's currently, what was he doing? Metal Gear Rising. So we are raiding out. Thank you, Kevin, for stopping by today. Rate My Gun this Sunday. If you would like to submit something and you haven't, follow that link there. So that will be Sunday at 3 p.m. Central Time. As much as you can share that with other people, that would be incredibly helpful. The more guns we have to rate and the more people we have watching, the better. So, any shares are much appreciated. That is the best way for people to grow on Twitch, is for viewers in the community sharing. So any of that, and I greatly appreciate it. So until next time, I will see y'all later. Tomorrow is stream. I will see y'all later. And Jessica, goodbye. Mansum, see ya.